King Under the Mountain. Oh my god. Like King Under the fucking Mountain. King Under the fucking Mountain. Let's see. The most recent post on King Under the Mountain has 35 rated up and 1 comment. Not bad for an indie game. Not bad. Let's just look up Dwarf for it. And look at the most recent blog post from Dwarf about the thing that I was covering anyway. And, 550. And this was a small post. This is a very small post. What about this one? Talking about UI with cats. 850. Okay, what about this one? With lots of graphics and stuff. 1,243. What about this one? More UI and stuff. Another cat. 1,109. Okay. I don't know what I'm talking about. Anyway, let's just... I did read the German news, about Dwarf Fortress, and the main title was "Cult Indie Developer Sells His Game on Steam Because He Needs Money. American Healthcare Sucks." There was a news post, and that is actually quite true. I think it was an article on Kotaku that was literally just Dwarf Fortress makes it coming to Steam due to healthcare costs, which is like a less sensationalist title, but. Still there. Also, Zanny66, thanks for following while I was offline, by the way. Hello. I don't get it, and here's my opinion. That is, like I said, you can't pay for this kind of entertainment. So I do have a few dwarves that I'm currently rehabilitating a little bit. This one I've fixed many times. He seems to just be fixed by training, generally, so I'm letting him train. We've kind of had, like, a rough year in Longdeath. It's been a lot of construction work, so I've got a couple kind of moody dwarves. Lord Floof is particularly moody, so hopefully Lord Floof sorts his fucking head out. But currently the dwarves that are living in the fortress, if you hear your name called and you would like me to check in on your dwarf, are Apostle, Peter II, Belug II, Sparkly 4K, Trash Battery, Chimp, Danny UG, The Squid, aka Darren, Narvicious, Vinsati II, Taurus II, Vuzel Fuzel, Crystal Rose, Eve, Gimper II, Smash T, Cade, Anton Iceland, Trees, and Simplex, and Dreadvik, Bastet II, Hazard Jeff, Diamond Destruct, Paranoid Android, Danks, Lord Floof, Pablo, Black Hole, Mad Hijinks, Swoos, Cheers Jamie, Eternal, Axon II, Dragon Man, Sui, Clay, Ragswolf, Abe Exendi, Demonoid, Orson Frakes, Dark Skynet, and Tiny Goliath. And do you have any grandkids? Well, did you hear me read your name? Did I read your name? I may have just read your name. I don't believe I did. I want to say that Dragon Man's dead. How's Sui's Dwarf doing? Sui's Dwarf is like getting up there. She grandma now. She definitely grandma-ing. If I can find Sui. Where'd she go? Oh, she's in the military. Yeah, right. There's Dragon Man. Dragon Man, you don't feel anything about being away from family. You're 150 years old. Jesus. Were you born in this fort? No. What year did you arrive here? 107 you arrived here. God damn. And Sui is dejected, dwelling upon lack of decent meals. Still has a bruised spine, has 7 children, 154 years old. Sui's getting up there. Sui's getting old. Also arrived here in the year 107. Same year as Dragon Man. Dragon Man, do you have any grandchildren yet? I don't believe you don't. I think you do. No, you don't. But actually, I think you do, because yeah, Sparkly, who's one of your kids, is married to Apostle and has 2 children, Tiny Goliath and Orson Frakes. So Tiny Goliath and Orson Frakes are your grandkids. Yes. Dragon Man is their grandmother. So yes, you do have grandkids. Dragon Man. Also, worth noting, it is the year 172, mid-autumn, which means this fortress is now 167 years old. So currently, I just kind of need to let the dwarves do dwarves things because they're doing a lot of reorganizing because I screwed up real bad. And I accidentally traded a lot of stuff I wasn't supposed to. So they're currently moving like everything in the fortress around. I'm putting everything away. And I also just did a shit ton of spring cleaning and sold a ton of stuff. So this stockpile needs to get filled in, which is taking a bit. So dwarves are very busy currently, and hopefully they'll get things done in a reasonable-ish amount of time. So that's kind of what I'm going to let them do for the next little bit, is just let them put stuff away. But yeah, no, I mean, that's just YouTube. I mean, people have to have their take, right? No matter how hot and bothered it is. And it's very, you know, it kind of sucks on one hand, but I don't know. I generally feel like if I were to talk to a person like that, I wouldn't be able to reason with them anyway. So it's kind of a, reading a comment like that, it's amazing, but responding to comments like that is a waste of your time generally. But just the line of just the fucking line of using a game creator that elongates the development process is amazing to me. Just that line. That line is fucking priceless. Absolutely fucking priceless. That's one of the best goddamn lines I've ever read. It's the equivalent of saying, I have no idea what I'm talking about. Absolutely. No idea what the fuck I'm talking about. And it's so beautiful. I mean, there was multiple spelling errors in that comment. There was multiple spelling errors. The spelling errors was the least of that comment's problems. There was also grammatical errors, a missing period. But man. There was a very dumb YouTube comment that came in right as I was starting Longdeath, and I had to read it on stream because it was funny. It'd be weird if someone didn't know it. A game creator. My theory is it's probably somebody who is in their early teens, who either doesn't speak English natively or is just somebody in their early teens who's in the I am very smart era. That would be my assumption. Generally, people are like, oh, you're 12, but I doubt it. It's probably somebody who's like 14 who plays a lot of similar-ish games, or maybe a lot of Factorio or something, who would know about the existence of Dwarf Fortress, but probably has never played it and probably saw it in their recommended feed. It's actually kind of funny. I got a comment a couple months ago on one of my DF News videos saying, hey, you should tag these videos differently. I've been seeing them in the recommended for RimWorld. And I asked him what video he was watching, and he gave me a link to the video that he was watching, where it was he was getting recommended my Dwarf Fortress videos from RimWorld videos. And I looked at that RimWorld videos tags that had multiple tags including Dwarf Fortress with graphics, and better than Dwarf Fortress. This is a YouTube channel that's never uploaded anything to do with Dwarf Fortress. And so I responded to the comment with, well, that video has Dwarf Fortress in the tags. I don't have RimWorld in my Dwarf Fortress tags. So I'm not tagging RimWorld for my Dwarf Fortress videos, so it's literally on the other guy. He's like, well, if you start getting dislikes, it's... Basically was stating that I might start getting dislikes because RimWorld people don't want to see Dwarf Fortress. So that would be my assumption. It's probably somebody who came from there. Who does that? People who play RimWorld. And this is why I state that, like, it's not that the games are heavily compared. It's literally like if you market your game on the back of another game, people are going to compare the two. Contacts about channels and Contacts channels about their tags. I don't know. I mean, I've seen that person comment before, but it was still just kind of funny. I didn't take it as it didn't come across like hostility. I'll put it that way. It certainly did not. Yeah, well, I mean, the main reason I only touched RimWorld during charity events is I did everything that was fun in that game. There's a point with RimWorld where you've literally done everything except for like hyper obscure challenges. Like there's really a point with RimWorld where you just get diminishing returns, I guess. Would probably be the best way to put it. Like it is possible or very easy actually to just straight up run out of things to do in that game. How does one check the tags of a video? I have a plugin that lets me do it, which I wouldn't recommend installing just because it costs money. It's $10 a month to actually use it properly, but I use a plugin called TubeBuddy, which is a terrible name, but it's very, very, very helpful. It lets me like save tags and copy tags from video to video, and like it basically makes running the back end of a YouTube channel so much easier. So much easier. I don't have to edit my thumbnails. I do them all within there. It can pull screenshots from YouTube videos or from the video to be used as thumbnails. Its thumbnail creator was the reason I initially started using it, but it also has a lot of like SEO and tagging tools, which are very helpful. It's actually kind of funny. There's an option where you can just like recommend tags for a video based on the number of searches they're getting. And if you look at the most searched for tags, it's really fucked up. It's like Disney Fortnite crossover beta are like some of the highest game searches. It gets really weird really quickly if you actually look at like the most searched for tags on YouTube. But it lets you like pretty easily optimize your tagging if you care about that sort of thing. Yeah, I mean, you're a hobbyist, right? I have to make things work. The fun runs out in that game, which sucks. Yeah, and it's kind of it's the way the game's designed, you know? And it's part of the reason I kind of hope that Dwarf Fortress never gets actual difficulty levels. Like, I'm totally fine with, like, being able to generate a harder world, but the moment you add difficulty levels, you end up with the RimWorld problem. And it's very funny to me because, I mean, I've talked about this many times in the past, but the developer of RimWorld has literally stated that he's failed in his development. Like, he for many reasons, considers the development of RimWorld to be a failure. Because he created a game that was intended to be a story generator, but instead of making a story generator, he created something that was only capable of generating a few very specific stories. And the majority of the player base, instead of just trying to generate and write stories like Dwarf Fortress players do, the majority of the player base just tries to crank the difficulty up higher and higher and higher. So he's catering to that now instead of the original story creator. But what he intended when he was making the game back in the beginning was he wanted to create a story generator like Dwarf Fortress, but science fiction. Which is kind of sad, actually, if you think about it. The hobbyist did everything he does. Here's the thing. I was a hobbyist for the first 2 years when I streamed. When I first started streaming, I was a hobbyist for 2 years. The first 2 years of my streaming career, I guess, I was very much a hobbyist. I didn't try to make any money doing this. The first year, I didn't have a tip button. Everybody had fucking tip buttons back then because nobody had sub buttons. Only partners had sub buttons, and you had to be big to be a partner back then. YouTube doesn't allow you to abuse features for profit, but there are ways to abuse features for profit in everything, right? Which is why you kind of have to think about, like, is the thing that I'm doing ethical as a creator? Am I creating entertainment in a way that I personally see as ethical, that I see as valuable to an audience? Are you creating something that people want? Are you creating something that people will enjoy and cherish? Will people come back to this? I try and think about that. And like the majority of the stuff that I put on YouTube, probably not. A lot of the stuff that I put up on YouTube, especially the archives, are not intended to be watched by everybody. They are intended to be archives. And that's the majority of what goes up on my YouTube channel. The news videos, however, I think are useful to some people. The interviews I do are the stuff that I actually very much care about, because that's stuff that I go back and rewatch. I rewatch my own interviews with Tarn, and I skip through the bit where I have to listen to me talk. But I definitely I've listened to them all multiple times, because it's like, I like listening to that man talk about a game that he's extremely passionate about. Like, I've listened to that interview I did with Hugh Millward like 4 or 5 times now, because I like listening to him get excited about Warsim and talk about the fact that that game is just kind of a big old fucking accident, which is really cool. I was excited to get to talk to Conal about Jupiter Hell, and I'm very curious to see how that interview turns out. I'm almost done editing the audio. I might actually make a fucking trailer for that thing, because that's going to end up being a full-length movie. But we'll see. It's either that or I'll space it out into 2 parts. Probably not. I'll probably just put it up in 1 part and just call it Jupiter Hell the Movie or something stupid. Your own desire for hardcore. Here's the thing. And this is the thing I tell anybody who's creating any kind of entertainment on the internet as a hobby. And this is the thing that I told Pilot when he started making his flying videos. Make stuff you like to watch. I mean, who cares if anybody else enjoys it? Different ways because you've learned more since then? Oh, no, totally. Speed kills! Second resub of the day. Sup, my dude?
Yeah, yeet.
Speed kills. But who's dying? We all are slowly. Can I get a round of beers for Speed? Keeping that sub alive for 5 months in that 5-month streak. Thank you very much for the lurks and for hanging out, dude. Cheers. This dwarf, Lord Floof. I'm worried about you. I'm so worried about you, Lord Floof. Frame rate's not bad. This dwarf's just really slow. Let's hope that this helps a little bit. Nothing makes this dwarf happy. This dwarf used to be totally fine all the time. Then kind of out of nowhere, they just started getting really upset. Not entirely sure what the catalyst was, although you are satisfied at work now, so that's good. It was like during one of those points where we did like a full 4 seasons, a full year basically of construction work on the tower. Because for those of you who haven't seen it, we are working on this big old tower up here. This giant tower. We need to have this done by year 100 or 205. Because we're going to spend a year up here. I need alcohol up here. We need lots of stuff up here. I'm still going to let them use their bedrooms, though. In a unit that's been empty for a while. Some of you may remember me complaining about my neighbor's dog that was really loud. That neighbor moved out and abandoned their dog in the hallway? And left all of their stuff in, like, just outside in the courtyard area? Yeah, it turns out they were great people. Because we got a notice about it in I got a notice about it last night in my email. They're like, yeah, so the people in unit number that were complaining they moved out that I was complaining about. They moved out. Yeah, they left the dog in the fucking hallway. I don't know what the fuck happened, but something must have gone down. I don't know. I'm not gonna follow up on it too much, but for those of you who missed that, there was the people above me had been very quiet for a very long time. Then I got a dog at some point during quarantine, and I guess they started going back to work, and the dog would just sit up there and scream. Like, it wouldn't bark, it would scream. It would yelp, it would howl, it would whine, it would whimper, it would smash into things. Hope they get arrested for animal cruelty. Well, I mean, I don't. Is abandoning a dog cruelty? Though. I don't know. I've never abandoned a dog and been charged for it, so I wouldn't know what would come from that. Like, is that enough to get arrested? Because I don't fucking know. Anyway, basically there was a big old warning saying, yeah, these people are getting fined out the ass for leaving all their stuff and leaving a pet in the building. I don't know if there's any further legal action or anything involved. I have no idea. Leaving it in the building might be. Anyway. Sounds like it would be better off with new loving owners. Probably. I mean, it sounded like a pretty young dog. You know how you can tell like the sound of a young dog barking versus an older dog? It sounded like a younger dog. But it also sounded too big for this building, so it shouldn't have been in this building anyway. It's like my neighbors right next to me who were wondering about my cat that I don't have anymore that I mentioned earlier. They have a giant fucking Rottie. Giant Rottweiler cross with something. It's a massive dog. Very quiet. Occasionally, like, I'll go outside or like go grocery shopping or something. I'll just hear woof. And then it'll just kind of go back to whatever it was doing. But, like, it's very quiet. Very quiet and very chill. And they take it for a lot of very long walks. I see them leaving on a relatively frequent basis to take it out, like, twice a day. So, like, they take very good care of their dog. That's the way it should be. All right. Okay, when we hit springtime, I'm going to need to fill up my well again. Looks like we're getting close to the end of all of the hauling because dwarves are starting to socialize again, which is good. There still is a lot of stuff getting moved around, but spring cleaning's almost done. Perfect. Yeah, we sold something like 200 empty bags and a bunch of stuff, so. Yeah, I don't know the details there. I've never, well, I mean, I've owned pets, but I've never abandoned one, so. I have no idea what the legality of that is. All I know is that they were getting fined for abandoning a pet. Because that's what the email said. But turns out I was right to bitch and moan and whine about them. That's funny. I like my Discord sometimes, chat. I'm not sure if this counts as a meme, but it's in the memes channel if you want to check it again. Batman begins to regret giving his mom a bat signal. The garbage is doing that noise again. Yeah. But his parents are dead! Anyway. In the US, you'd get arrested for that? I mean, potentially. I don't know. All I know is that they're getting fined out the ass. So. TLDR, don't own a pet. Unless you're equipped to actually take care of it. Turns out a lot of people ain't. A lot of people ain't. Lord Floof went bonkers again, but... Oh, never mind. You haven't completed your task, so maybe Lord Floof will just go nuts and die. Poor fucking dwarf. Didn't like doing a large period of construction. Is Clay sorting your brain out yet? You're sparring. I don't see a down flashing red arrow, which is why I'm wondering. Yay, Clay's normal again. See, this dwarf, I just put him in a squad for the season, and he's fine. Your filters. Filters for what? I mean, dogs are a member of the family. No, totally. I mean, like, I wouldn't want to own a dog. I like dogs. I respect dogs. I don't ever want to own a dog. because like similar reason. It's like I would feel too tied down. Although my parents own a dog and she is lovely, and every now and again when my parents go away, I will take care of their dog for a bit, and I'm totally fine with doing that. That being said, I never want to own a dog myself. 111 animals. That is a lot of sheep. We're gonna kill some sheep. Just gonna kill everything down to there. And I noticed that I got a rooster a little while ago. I'm gonna put that rooster right here. There you are. I still don't know what you mean by filter, but okay, pilot. In Dwarf Fortress, Brander, you can put them into a pasture without building it, which is usually what I do, and then just immediately unassign them from the pasture as soon as the dwarf removes them from the cage. That's usually what I do. Is just assign them to assign it to a pasture and then remove it from the pasture, or assign it to a chain. Or in theory, you could assign them to a different cage and then unassign them from the cage. And then when they are unassigned from the cage, then they are let go. All right, cool. All of our winter cleaning was done. I think we'll give the dwarves a little break. They had a long year last year. Lord Floof is socializing. But satisfied after teaching leatherworking. Yeah, you know what? We'll babysit Lord Floof. That's what we'll do. Yeah, it's a little clunky, but you can do it. You can definitely do it, and I've definitely done it. Also, Pilot, sorry I couldn't stick around longer for your record session last night, but thanks for sharing the Tetris Effect soundtrack. That was cool. Such a goddamn good soundtrack. Made me reinstall Tetris Effect. The world would be a much better place if everybody played a little bit of Tetris Effect. Tetris Effect should be shown to everybody who thinks that video games aren't art. It's such a good soundtrack. It's so fucking good audio. It's even better when you're playing the game too, because the soundtrack is built while you're playing in real time. So moving the pieces triggers different parts of the music and plays different notes. So that was like a very produced version of the soundtrack. But like Tetris Effect like syncs the music with the way you play. It's not just the music in the background. So like the jazz piano track, it's a freeform jazz track because moving and rotating the pieces plays different chords and notes and bits and pieces of the music. Yeah. It's fucking cool. Another soundtrack that does that, but you have to like jazz drums, is, what do you like, Dwarf? You like iron. Is all your stuff made out of iron? Well, that weapon rack and that is. I do have iron cabinets. How about chests? I do have an iron chest. But yeah, another soundtrack that does that, but you have to really like jazz drums, is Ape Out. Ape Out, every single movement that you do in that game is linked to a note, and every single type of movement that you do is linked to a style of notes, and they change depending on where you are in the level. So the game plays procedural jazz drums for you while you're playing, essentially, and it is crazy. It is super fucking cool. And it's really neat because I that was one of the soundtracks I picked up on vinyl pretty recently. So it's a pre-order, so it won't be here for a bit. But it's like end of Q1 they ship, so I guess end of winter or beginning of spring, basically. There's actually like a note on the pressing that is one of or first ever live in-game performance of the game soundtrack. So they actually captured music from the game for the vinyl pressing. So I'm very curious to hear what a performance of Ape Out's music sounds like. That'll be fun. Oh, also, fucking creator of Getting Over It, Bennett Foddy, worked on Ape Out. All right, this seems to be helping this dwarf. Please don't go totally nuts on me, Lord Floof. Or if you do go nuts, please punch that statue so I can have another vampire. Pouring some coffee for myself. I don't know. I might actually be more excited for the Super Meat Boy soundtrack, though, Pilot. Might actually be more excited for that. I think the next video game soundtracks on vinyl that I need to get, or the next one I need to get is Res Infinite. That one's on pre-order right now, so I got lots of time. It's like Q2 that one ships, so I got plenty of time to order it. Plenty of time to save. I'd like that Gradius Rebirth, which is on pre-order currently. Fucking Strongbad sings? Oh my god. I know this is really dumb, but check this shit out. I need to send that to Rhinestone. But they're also doing a pressing of the old school classics for RuneScape. Man, should I get the old school classics for RuneScape soundtrack? I should probably get that, shouldn't I? Warhammer Vermintide 2 is getting a vinyl pressing. Fucking Vermintide 2 is getting a vinyl pressing. Panzer Paladin is getting a vinyl pressing. That I wouldn't want to play that game, but music is great. Rainbow Six Siege has a soundtrack? For which one? I don't know which one you're asking about. Most of these I've heard. Hang in there, Dwarf. Come on, bud. You can do it. Vermintide? No, I haven't. I have not. But yeah, Res Infinite is the next one I need to get. And that and maybe Guacamelee 2. Kind of also want the Comic Zone soundtrack because I kind of have a lot of nostalgia for that game. I remember loving Comic Zone when I was younger. Fucking Street Fighter 3? Also, that's really expensive. It's 4 discs. It's 85 euros. Ooh. Concrete Genie was beautiful, music-wise. I need to get off this website now. This website's dangerous. Aw, come on, Dorfy. Hang in there, man. I would expect Warhammer Vermintide to be very metal. I've never actually played Vermintide 2. I've only played Vermintide 1, and I didn't play very much of it. Vermintide 2 had loot boxes as their main form of progression, which is like the equivalent of saying, Blind, never play this video game ever. And I go, okay. And then I never play it. I will never like that, regardless of whether or not I can buy them. It's just the most unsatisfying, obnoxious, annoying progression system you can have in a video game. I hate it. We'll never enjoy it. Never, never, never. But yeah, plan for today is we will do like a couple years of Longdeath. I'm gonna try and get to 174, but I'm not gonna guarantee that just because time's slowed down quite a bit. The frame rates are pretty steadily lower than I'd like them to be these days, which is comes with time in a fortress like this. So you played it until you realized you had to buy stuff after buying it. See, I knew that stuff was in before the game came out. So I saw that on the pre-release material and was like, oh, yeah, no, I don't, I don't need that. To hell with that shit. Dwarf is storing their own items because they got a bunch of stuff. Taking off your armor so you can move quicker. Had this dwarf in a squad, but I've removed them from the squad. Yeah, I don't know. Whenever there's loot boxes in a game, I'm almost immediately just going to stop playing it. Because even if you don't have the ability to buy them right now, they may add that in the future, and that's enough for me to just not want to play a game. And it sucks. It's part of the reason I hate card games. It's because most card games use what feels like loot box mechanics. Actually, now that I think about it. I never really thought about that before, but that's part of why I hate card games, I would assume. Because it always feels like you're opening a loot box. But the act of building the deck is the main reason I dislike card games. Watch this dwarf speed up as he takes his armor off. I mean, for some people, it's the opposite of unsatisfying. Some people love it. Some people absolutely adore it. I don't understand who hurt them or why, but what's satisfying is being able to see a goal and working towards that. Which is funny because like progression tied to chance isn't that kind of like what my favorite genre of games is? Roguelikes. It's like, well, but it's chance that I can manipulate, you know? It's chance that I have control over. Put on a bunch of exceptional items and you feel pleasure, so that's good. And some people are gambling addicts? Yes, you are correct. Some people are indeed addicted to gambling. Which is part of the reason I don't gamble, because I know I would have problems with it. That's why I need to be very careful with things like investing. Like, not in my chat, but like real investments, because it's very much something that I could very easily bankrupt myself on if I'm not careful. Oh, also, I don't know if anybody else saw this, but I actually spat out my drink and burst out laughing when I saw this for some reason. Oh, hi, March. Oh, hi, March. I can hear that line. I can audibly hear it. Crypt Y. Gotta love a good bit of Tommy. I wish Tommy would stream more. Why is March catching so much shade this year? Or is that a quote that I'm missing? It's been a while since I've seen The Room. I haven't seen that movie in like 4 or 5 years. Easy. There you go again, Dwarf. Here we go again. Snap out of it, come on. I feel like maybe if I make some new hives, because my hives seem to have just like busted. How's Anton doing? Anton Iceland is actually a very happy little dwarf. I feel all right. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the 24th of March is the 1-year anniversary of not going outside very much for me. I want to say that I streamed like, and although for me, March is overshadowed by May, because May the 11th was when I was put in hospital. So that's the bigger milestone for me. That's the bigger day. Is May the 11th. 2021. So, yeah, I don't know. It's just a really kind of crappy thing. Oh, shit, you snapped out of it again. Hang in there, Dwarf. Starting to remember more positive things. I also kind of need to let them take a break for a bit because I want them to have some babies. Because we're kind of short on the babies front right now. All right, Clay. I think I'm going to move Clay. So Clay is one of my sword masters, right? Clay is a dwarf that's a little odd because Clay gets really depressed if I remove Clay from the military. So I'm going to actually give Clay a squad. Clay was born in this fort, is the son of Dragon Man and Wave Thrash. He's 32 years old. This dwarf is totally fine when he's training. The second he stops training, he gets really frustrated and starts getting stressed. So I'm actually going to put him in charge of his own squad. And we are going to keep that squad training, but I'm going to take the Eternal Guard, which is the squad that he's currently, or was in previously, off duty. So he should be training by himself now. Yes, yes. And does my mare want anything? Ooh, scepters. Let's just say rock scepter 3. Yeah, no, March is gonna go down in history as a weird month, I guess. I could pretty easily say. Sparkly's gonna go manage work orders. We gotta get that done because I need those scepters for my mare. Don't seem local depressed, Lord Floof. Where are you at? Still working though. Storing owned item. That's good. Sad, but good. Blissful remembering a legendary dining room. Interested near a fine door. Interested near a fine door. Felt satisfied remembering communing with Shin, Russet Amber, the Red Rocks. Crystal, how are you doing? I know that you like to check in on your Dwarf, so I will check in on your Dwarf for you. You're now legendary at something. What are you legendary at? You're a legendary grower. You were euphoric due to inebriation and 39 years old. Enraptured communing with your god and satisfied at work. Interested near a fine table and you love a fine seat. You created a great work of art and so your dream in life is realized. And you personally believe that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. You believe that the acquisition of power over others is the ideal goal in life. You are truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. And you find something humorous in every situation, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Although, where is it? She is often inflamed by hatred and easily develops hatred towards things. But truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. Yes. Also, you see power over others as something to strive for. But also, inflamed by hatred. How you doing, Eve? How's things? Can I take over the colony as the new dwarf queen? If the dwarves elect you as mayor, I will be very happy. That would be really cool to see you achieve your goal. But I can't assign you as queen or anything. Like, it's literally not possible. It's not a thing I can do. Oh, damn. My mayor did not get his sentence. Did not get the thing he wanted. It's okay. No prison sentences have been sent out, so that's good. But how you doing, Crystal? How's things? How's everybody's Tuesday going? You've already achieved one of your goals in life. You want to create a great work of art. Discuss the wedge. The wedge. I think my dwarves are a bunch of Wedge Antilles fans. Yeah, they're all discussing the wedge. The fuck's the wedge? Guys. Anxious after discussing foraging behavior. Oh no. How about me? Well, I slept a lot better than I did last night. Or not last night. The night before last night? Yes. So I slept a lot better last night than I did on Sunday night. So that was good. So I feel a little bit better than I did on Monday. Monday, I felt like human garbage. I'm amazed I streamed as long as I did. Making good progress on my big project that I'm editing. There will be some teases on the Patreon over the next few days about that. And I might actually like release a trailer specifically for patrons. Because I'm going to premiere it, right? And when you premiere a YouTube video, you have the option to attach a trailer to the premiere. So if they go to the premiere early, they get the trailer. So that's something that's fun that I've been working on. We'll be playing more Aliens RL tonight to get footage for that, which will also go up on the YouTube channel if I have any good runs. And or runs that I deem entertaining. They don't necessarily need to be good, but entertaining runs. So it's fun to go back to that. The VOD for Aliens RL actually did pretty all right on YouTube. I chucked it up last night, so it went up at like 4 in the morning my time. And how many views does that have? I'm kind of curious. I need to go look. Yeah, 185 views. I'm just like, yeah, it's not bad. Like it's slowed down. It'll probably get like 200 or so. It's just kind of neat. Not bad. If I put impressions in the title, it would probably be, probably have higher views, but. Not 69,000. The interview hasn't hit 69,000. What are you talking about? No, I have one video that has 69,000 views, and that's the graphical improvements. The first DF news video that I did. No, the interview has 35,000. If it had 69,000, I'd be ecstatic. Not even close to that. Everyone will know you as Blindy. Well, here's the thing. On the YouTube channel, I'm just called Blind. I would love to just get Blind. I would love to drop the IRL off of my name on Twitch, but it's never going to happen. I could maybe drop the RL off, but I also don't want to be called Blindy. So I don't know. My name is a hot subject for me personally. I would love to change it, but I don't know. I'm never going to be like my friend Slap, who used to have the name Slapstick Logic and then cut his name down to just Slap. So he's just twitch.tv/slap, which is jealous. Just 35,000? Well, you said 69,000. So in comparison, I mean, I'm ecstatic with how that video did. That video is one of my highest viewed videos of all time and is doing very well. It's done very well for the YouTube channel. Hopefully it's heavily appreciated by the DF community. I mean, it's to the point where like I can go lurk in small streams, small Dwarf Fortress streams that I've never watched before. That, ooh, never mind. Some people did go to prison, but it's okay. Sparkly likes prison. Repentant after being confined. Pleasure near a completely sublime restraint. Pleasure near a sublime container. That's what I get for missing the mandate by one tick. Crossbows. Iron crossbow. One. What was I talking about? Did I say over 9,000? No, you did, but sure. What's up, Marts? Yeah, no, it's to the point where I can go into a random DF stream and they'll be talking about my interviews, which is crazy. Like I can go into a just a Dwarf Fortress stream that I'd never seen live before that has a small handful of people watching, and they're talking about the recent interview that some guy did, which is fucking wild to me. It's crazy. I would say that it's probably pretty... From the outside looking in to someone who does what I do for a living, it's probably a lot easier to be like, oh, that person's doing really well, or oh, that person is getting famous. It's really, really, really difficult as the broadcaster to realize that, if that makes any sense. Katsu, what's up? It's good to see you. Hello. This dwarf does not like being... does not like being a scholar, so I've removed you from scholaring. Go do other things, dwarf. I wish I could assign a dwarf as like a guild master or something and like have them do nothing but like hang out in the guild. Because this dwarf would be great as a guild master. The one thing that really gives him good thoughts is teaching stuff in the guild. But like socializing doesn't give him good thoughts, which is rough. Although investments are open, heads up chat. Let's see what I have. Feels blissful dining in a great dining room. Where one of the brothers that made the game was talking about dead cats in the tavern and why they happened. Was it on a channel called No Clip Video? Or was it the No Doubt one? Because No Clip is the one that everybody's seen. That's actually because of that interview. That interview existing is part of the reason why I do interviews with Tarn. Ever find dwarves who hate being dwarves? What do you mean? Like a dwarf who hates digging and despises crafts dwarfship? Also, the annual tribute from Basti Smack has arrived, and I tabbed out, so I can't click buttons. There we go. Peeboo. Hello, Peeboo. And I don't think we had any deaths. But yeah, no, I started really trying to do my interviews because of the first one I did released at the same time, or like within 2 days of the no clip interview. And I was very disappointed with the no clip interview. Not because it's bad. It's very well produced. It's very well put together. It's very well done. But as somebody who's a big fan of Dwarf Fortress and follows a lot of Dwarf Fortress stuff, thank you for the tribute, good humans. Stone, are we present? We here? I think you are. You were here earlier. There's our annual tribute. But just as a big fan of Dwarf Fortress, I follow all of the interviews Tarn does. And I see a lot of the things that he talks about. And so it's very frustrating when this really hyped video that I've been waiting for like a year is just the exact same interview that he gave like 5-6 times that year. And that kind of sucked. So, as great as NoClip is, and I love their work, I think they are some of the most important like journalistic work on like in the games industry right now. I do think they kind of did Dwarf Fortress a little bit of a disservice there. Bitter wearing old clothing. How old is your clothing? You know what? Let's give you a brief break. Just let you get fresh clothing. Do you have a bedroom, Dwarf? I think that this dwarf must be a narcoleptic because, like, I see Axon just, like, randomly passed out in very random places. Just, like, on the floor. Doesn't seem particularly bothered by it either. He's just, like, sleeping on the floor for some reason. What mods am I running? None. This is completely vanilla. Absolutely vanilla. I do have a tile set, which is a customized version of Krug Smash's tile set, which you can get by typing in ! Tile set, but that's it. Yeah, it's completely vanilla. Rip everybody's investments. You're pretty much the only person you watch when it comes to Dwarf Fortress and anything involving it. Oh, really? So, like, I'm the only person that you watch related to Dwarf Fortress? I get that a bit, which I think is a pity because there's a good number of people that are creating absolutely amazing stuff. I mean, if you're into YouTube stuff, you should be watching Krug Smash, even if you don't care about Dwarf Fortress at all, because he just uses it as a great storytelling engine. So you should be watching Krug Smash, but he's not on Twitch, right? So that's kind of a. I mean, he has an account, but he doesn't stream. But like, there's other streamers out there that are doing good work. Like Cupo's great, Sal's great, but she doesn't stream enough DF these days. She's playing too much Oxygen Not Included. I can't stand that fucking game. And like Formal Blizzard when he streams DF. Picture Point's great when he streams DF. RNG's great, but he only streams on Saturdays. Really. That's his only scheduled day. And Cupo's great, but I don't think he has a schedule. Yeah, there's a lot of really good Dwarf Fortress streamers, and I wish that there was more. You found me after watching Cupo for a while. Cupo's kind of the OG. Cupo's the one who's been streaming DF the longest. I've been streaming longer than Cupo, but I remember watching Cupo's streams back in like 2015. 2016, I think. I don't know. Those 2 years run together in my brain. What, all of the Dwarf Fortress streamers? Reskins? There's a really good room in the KitFox Discord. Called DF Streams. ClinoDev put together this big ol' collection. These are all channels that stream DF. And if you notice, there's me. Me! And Userune. Das Tactic when he streams it once a year. But Low Z, these are all people. We should get Hammered Dwarf on this list, actually. Probably just Twitter. It's funny because, like, I don't actually tweet anymore. I've more or less quit Twitter, at least as a social media platform. I will occasionally post stuff that I think is important, but I don't really tweet much these days. Maybe one day I'll return to Twitter, but I needed to get away from streamer Twitter for a long time. Taylor, happy Tuesday. It's actually the day of the week where my favorite podcast is released, which means tonight I get to listen to the Giant Bombcast. That is the tab that you use to find me. What, the KitFox Discord, Diamond? Well, neat. Cheers, man. Thanks for sticking around after the initial posting. So we didn't get to trade with the elves last year because they showed up and immediately fucked off. They just left right after getting here. So we're gonna try and trade with them this year. I want to trade with the elves every year because I want them to bring me unicorns again. And I'm also keeping a very close eye for sunberries and sunberry seeds because I like to make some sunshine up in here. It's like moonshine, but Sundays. it's like moonshine for Sundays. Mandate 1 crossbow. Did I not queue up a crossbow? What the fuck my manager doing? Smash D, what are you doing? I'm glad they decided to come back. Jesus. If they didn't, I'd be concerned. Just make that. Let's see. Did Clay get to... Yeah, you did. Perfect. Oh, that's why nothing's getting done, because my manager's in prison. When are you being released from prison, by chance? I was like, why is nothing getting done? Why is nothing getting done? You're happy, you're like around, everything's good. Another 51 days. Okay, good to know. You never understood why nobody gives a hammer or his dwarf an axe instead? Crime would go down with axes. Crime would go down with axes. So would your population. In this fortress, I value every single one of my dwarves, and that's generally the case for most fortresses. I would rather try and rehabilitate a dwarf than kill it. For some people, they take a very violent approach, right? Dwarf is a problem, kill dwarf, move on. I don't take that approach. That's not a viable strategy for me. I try and recover dwarves. If you play that way, then yeah, sure. Give your hammer dwarf an axe or a sword or something, or a spear even, or something that'll immediately gib them into 1,000 pieces. I don't play that way. I try and rehabilitate dwarves. I find that much more satisfying. I mean, RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress are very different games, so like you might as well not even compare them, Marts. You might as well not even compare them. I mean, my hammers don't even have weapons. It depends on what you... Yeah, again, it depends on what you make your Warhammer out of. I mean, if you make your Warhammer out of adamantine, it ain't dangerous at all. If you make your Warhammer out of silver, it'll clusterfuck your head through your forehead, through your skull, through your rib cage, through your pelvis, and into the stone under your feet. So it really depends on the material of the Warhammer. But silver Warhammers are very, very dangerous. There's few things more satisfying than watching a Hedzik just go. Whoop. All right. Gotta use the toilet. 2 seconds. Well, I mean, dwarves don't have the technology to make whips, so that's cheating. No, whips are completely fucking busted. I would actually argue that giving an axe to a hammer dwarf might actually increase crime. And the reason I would... What? I literally unmuted myself. How did I remute? Anyway, whatever. They're not supposed to cut through steel armor though. Wendrico. I don't know why my fucking thing went away. Anyway, the reason is there's some sort of hotkey that I have set up and I don't know what it is that will sometimes mute me. Anyway, what's up, Patolus? How we do? Did I thought you were dead or something, or like I said something to offend you because I haven't seen you in forever. How you doing, man? Where did my person go? There you are, babysitting you. How are we doing? Yay, slightly better-ish. Not really though. The reason is if you splatter somebody into 1,000 billion itty bitty little pieces with something sharp, it disturbs the other dwarves in the general vicinity. So if you know, cause somebody to go and they die like that, that's not very good for the general health of the surrounding dwarves mentally. That's why. I should be dead, so should I, though. Whips still don't cut through steel armor in real life, but okay, fine. I think that the whips are fucking busted and need to be nerfed a bit. But that's just me. Yep. Which is why if you want crime to go down, stop pissing your dwarves off. Most people don't realize things that piss their dwarves off and just piss their dwarves off at every single chance they get. People are like, my dwarves are mad. Set them on fire. My dwarves are mad. And then they just do things to those dwarves that are mad that piss the other dwarves off more. Why? Can I ask what happened, Patolus? That sucks, man. Fucking hell, dude. Hope everything's okay. Depends on the server you play on in SS13, but sure. I'm not sure how that's even remotely relevant to the discussion. I had a legendary app store going to Rampage in recently and having to build an insane asylum in part of my fortress. It's like, I'm assuming that is like either autocorrect or voice to text failing for you. But that was very funny. Great, brilliant. Fort's been going all right, Patolus. We're still in Longdeath. Yeah, you gotta watch out for them pesky rampaging app stores, you know, just trying to lock everything down and suing Epic. And trying to drag Valve into the lawsuit. Those pesky app stores. All hail the Lords of Chaos so that you don't die, Patolus. I hope things will be okay. But, Fort's going all right. Things going all right. Is there anything that stream can do to make living out of truck not so bad? Are you still living out of the truck? Sorry, I'm just like worried about that shit. As somebody who was homeless, that shit blows, man. I've been there, and I don't recommend it. Granted, I mostly couch surfed and didn't live out of a car or anything, but. Also, I don't believe I said hi to you, Troll Potato. So what's up, Troll Potato? How you doing, dude? You're outside of Walmart using their Wi-Fi? Man. At least Walmart has Wi-Fi. I won't press her. I'm just hope things ate. Hope things on the upswing, not the downswing. Oh shit, Ragswolf has grown to be a peasant. Walmarts have Wi-Fi, yeah. He's 12 years old, born on the 14th of Slate in the year 161. His sideburns are clean shaven, and his very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long beard is neatly combed, and his very long hair is neatly combed. He has a narrow chin, and his nose is extremely short. He is the son of Banana Unlimited, Armroof, and Dank's Bulwark Daggers. Dreams of mastering a skill. Is always in love with somebody, and easily develops positive feelings. Becomes completely helpless in stressful situations and relies on the advice of others during decision making. Is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions and has a greedy streak. Doesn't seek out excitement and is conflicted by this for more than one reason. Tends to make a small mess of his own possessions and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. He enjoys the company of others, and he is slow to anger. Occasionally overindulges, is nervous, and tends to talk rapidly when he gets angry. I'm actually going to put this dwarf into the military because he dreams of mastering a skill. So I want this dwarf to go master a skill. But we're going to give you mining, give you stone detailing, give you tanning and farming fields. I'm going to give you furnace operating. No jewelry. Leatherworking, stone crafting, bone carving. All of the hauling and all of the other. While it's warm somewhat. Yeah, do what you gotta do, man. You lived in your car for 3 months and almost got shot. I lived outside from March 2014 until the end of August 2014. But I had a job throughout it. And spent most of that time working. I was just between places. Until I found this place. Partially because I was still paying rent on my old place, which had become unlivable, and they wouldn't let me out of my lease early. Took them to small claims court. It was fun. I wouldn't recommend it. Shitty landlords. Shitty fucking landlords. You want 2 ballista arrows? Manager's still in prison. Just making sure that this is a positive mood buff for this dwarf. Although on the bright side, at the very least, Texas is heating up, eh? Somewhat, it's cool at 60 frame, 660 F. I read that it's 60 frames because brain in games, but you know, I mean, that's not too bad, all things considered. Interested after learning about dodging? Hang in there, Dwarf. Time to learn to be military. Let's jump back over to Lord Floof. How are we doing? You haven't gone mad in a little bit, which is good. Haven't gone mad in a little bit. That's a sentence I just said. But yeah, no, being outside, that's something I wouldn't wish on anybody. Something I wouldn't wish on anybody. Just period. You were one of the lucky ones? I was lucky because I had a job and I didn't get stuck. But it's very easy to get stuck. Feels wonder after learning about leatherworking. Yeah, for me it was very much that the summer of living outside was focused primarily on working and staying busy. And eventually I was able to go from, you know, sleeping on benches and at friends' houses or coworkers' houses or at work even. I don't think that's something anybody should ever get used to type. That's not something anybody should get used to, and I'm not sure how that is relevant to anything in this sentence. Nobody should get used to shootings. No one should ever get used to shootings. I hear gunshots every so often, but you shouldn't ever get used to it. That's something that we should be working to improve. Gungineer, what's up, man? 17 months. Cheers, dude.
Hi, humans.
Making some money at a gas station at 3 a.m. When they start cooking for the day. Oh, like food prep shit? Do what you gotta do, man. It's a natural coping mechanism, sure. But that doesn't mean it's okay. Coping is not a solution. It's an extension of existence, I guess. Because nowadays you don't have a lot of free time. Hey man, do what you gotta do. I'm always around. It's nice that you're keeping that sub alive though. So thanks for that. Surviving is not thriving? Exactly. Like a natural coping mechanism for me is escapism. I try and escape from things. I try and run away and hide from things. Like my own brain. I try and keep myself busy. A natural coping mechanism for me existing is overworking myself. That's not sustainable, and that's not something that will keep me going long term. I will eventually crash and burn if I just keep overworking myself. But because of the state of the world, because of the immaturity and stupidity of other humans in this world, and because of the state of the pandemic, I literally can't do anything aside from work because of the size of my apartment. So I have two options. I can work or I can waste time and twiddle my thumbs. I can't go out and socialize. I can't go out and relieve stress. I have almost no ways of existing. Get some sleep, Padolas. Peace, dude. Hang in there, yo. That's not sustainable in the long run. Got used to hearing gunshots. Yes, but that's different. That is different. Stupid. Very, very, very fucking different. You know, like I know somebody who has a neighbor who has a howitzer, which he uses for triggering. What's the word I'm looking for here? Which he uses. I need to refill my in-game well. Which he uses for causing artificial avalanches, so that they don't. So snow doesn't run over highways. But we'll just fire it off sometimes for fun. That's different from being near a war zone or hearing gang violence. One is an acceptable use of a piece of weaponry to stop problems from happening. But me occasionally hearing gunshots going off is not okay. It's not okay nor acceptable. Doesn't matter if you get used to it. Doesn't make it okay. It's a little bit less spillage. So if I fill those corners in, be almost no spillage. Excellent. How deep is this? Open space. Got to make sure it still works. Oh, the reason I was talking about how he fires it off sometimes is on New Year's, not this year, but the year before, he popped in my channel. And I was like, don't you live in the middle of goddamn nowhere? Because I know for a fact his nearest neighbor is 27 kilometers away, because he brags about that. And he was just like, well, see, my neighbor has a howitzer. He's like, I can't sleep. It's too noisy during New Year's. I'm like, well, don't you live in the middle of nowhere? It's like, well, my neighbor keeps firing off shots like clockwork every 15 minutes. Boom, and the ground shakes. It's like, well, okay, that's fair. Also, like, if you had an artillery unit, wouldn't you fire that thing off like a maniac on New Year's? No, I would. I thought my neighbors were obnoxious. All right, there we go. Well is now full. Let's wait for that water to dry up. Yes, they are indeed loud as fuck. I heard one go off once. It was part of a celebration thing. Kind of is hilarious, yeah. But also, I'm happy my neighbors don't have artillery units, I guess. When you moved to this city and you heard a gunshot from a house when I was jogging and became suspect number one when all witnesses claimed they saw you running from a murder. That seems pretty sus. Stupid, as the kids would say. That's pretty fucking moronic, actually. I mean, I hear gunshots go off every so often, and I will never get used to it. It sucks. It's not acceptable. Never will be acceptable. For you, it's kind of strange how people stressed by staying home, and me as an extreme introvert, nothing has changed with the pandemic and lifestyle. I'm happy for you. But for me, it really sucks that I've been more suicidal in 2020 and 2021 than the rest of my life combined. So maybe it's great for you, but it is awful for me. People are different. So I'm happy for you, Gungeoneer. You're definitely getting a howitzer. No, 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 no. If you get a castle in the middle of nowhere, you don't get a howitzer, okay? You get a trebuchet. Come on, man. Come on. If you get a castle, you either need a black powder cannon that you fire off at noon every day, or a trebuchet. Maybe both. You don't get a castle and a howitzer. You get a castle and a black powder cannon. Okay? If you buy a missile silo in the middle of nowhere, then you get a then you get a howitzer. It's like I've had like run-ins with depression my whole life and run-ins with suicidal thoughts my whole life, but like the last 2 years has been the most consistent that I've had to deal with that. Like for me, it's like when my brain gets bad, I go and sit in public and then my brain stops being bad. I don't need to talk to people, but man, I would kill to just be able to go sit in a coffee shop. Exactly. Pilot guy. Exactly. It's like I'm one of the lucky ones where, yeah, my life hasn't changed too much. Fucking hell, life is so much better when there isn't a pandemic going on. ¿Por qué los dos? Why not both? There's very few things for me that are more frustrating, Gungeoneer, than hearing people say it's strange that people are stressed. You should have some understanding for other people. Like, yeah, my lifestyle hasn't changed too much. But the changes that have changed are significantly worse. Significantly. A castle with a missile silo in the courtyard sounds like the dream life, man. And also a roller coaster while we're at it, since we're talking about unachievable goals. Talking to people on here in Discord tends to be the only socializing I do. I mean, direct socializing? For sure. Direct socializing, I don't do much because I'm one of those people where I don't need to have a wide group of friends and go to big parties and talk to large groups of people. I don't need to do that. But what I do need to do sometimes is go to a metal show and fucking knock someone over. Because, god damn, not very few things in this world feel better than just getting to go to a mosh pit and hit somebody. Sometimes I just need to do that. Hey, Dwarf, if you jump off the edge right now, I will be really upset. So please don't do that. Uses their gun to cause small avalanches and so they don't accumulate in one big one. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Redbeard. That's what we were talking about. Like, I'm somebody who tends to not have a lot of empathy for other people. I don't tend to care very much about other people's well-being. It's not something that that really bothers me. What does bother me, though, is other people not caring about other people, if that makes any sense. It's like, I don't need to worry about what other people think about me. but I do want other people to have a good quality of life. If that makes any sense. I don't necessarily need to be around other people, but it bothers the hell out of me when other people don't care for other people. I won't do anything in my day-to-day that makes other people's life more difficult. And if I can do small things in my day-to-day that make other people's lives easier, I will do those things. Whether that's like wearing a mask. You know, I don't know what DOT stands for, but I read it as Dinner on Trucks, which was a thing that I used to volunteer for, which was a service that fed the homeless. And I'm assuming that's not what it is. Also, I think it's lunchtime. I'm hungry. Okay. Department of Transport. Dinner on Trucks. Did you? Didn't put two and two together. Brain is dumb. The humans have arrived to trade. Was there a royal treasure? There we go. The royal treasure arrived. Zaki, it's good to see you once again. Damn old trees, exactly. Damn old teens. I'm really bad at acronyms. This is a well-documented fact. So when people are like, streamer, why don't you know what I mean when I say PoE? I'm like, well, you could be talking about Path of Exile. You could be talking about Pillars of Eternity. Pillars of Eternity. You could be talking about Points of Exile. You could be talking about Point of Extraction. You could be talking about damage over time. there you go. Yeah. I will just say yes, Redbeard. I am your liaison from, well, not the Mountain Homes. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Rose gold, black bronze, and wood. You could say my TLAs are DOA, generally. Point of effects? That's a new one for me, P-Lock. That's a new one. Look forward to our meeting next year. Stout dwarves. You want to know what I don't like? Government, generally. Especially when they don't give me free dental. I'll pay you more taxes. Just give me fucking dental. Jesus Christ, why is it so fucking complicated? I cannot export ballista arrows. Good to know. Well, government also deals with stinky poo-poo because fortunately, sewage is a government task, so They is stinky poo poo, but they also deal with stinky poo poo. So it's nice that they do that for us. That was a strange sentence I just said. They also don't do a very good job of dealing with and maintaining the ability to deal with stinky poo poo in some countries, which is a genuine problem. Which is why we need to build more toilets in Africa. Wells are important, everybody, but so are toilets. I mean, wet wipes are terrible. Don't flush them down your damn toilets. Jesus Christ. What was it, like 2018 that the UK was dealing with this, like it was like the sewage barge, I think was what it was called, like a 20-kilometer long clog in the sewage system, which was mostly like wet wipes and Fatberg. That was it. Sewage barge, Fatberg, same thing. That was a weird news week. Problems that we don't want to talk about, but definitely exist. Jesus Christ. Wet wipes clog sewers with Fatbergs. I want a fat burger right now. I'm hungry. I think it's lunchtime, chat. We're talking about sewage, and I'm sitting here going like, I want a burger. Yes. Yes, you are right. But when I say that we need to build toilets, I'm assuming the knowledge that we also need to build, you know, the proper connectors for the toilets. I'm eating. I'm sorry. It's the one thing I really miss about TwitchCon. I don't miss the people. I don't miss... What? Leaving so soon? You didn't realize how much you hated other places until you could fly for free. Well, I hate LA, very much so. And there's things about conventions that I despise. And there's things about the wider Twitch community that I despise. Mostly it's how people take advantage of each other. In this industry. But I've never flown for free, so. That being said, we should all try and fly less, because flying is destroying our planet. Sorry, pilot. Can you explain that fly for free bit? Probably worked in the airlines industry would be my assumption. That's usually why people get to fly for free. That, or you're an incredibly talented con artist. One of the two. In which case, please don't discuss it, because that will probably incriminate you, and not a very good thing for your financial well-being when you're incriminated. I need to go get food. My brain not work. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, chat room. If you happen to have sound commands, now is a good time to use them. If you, you know, happen to have beers, you should post them. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. I need to go stab myself with a needle, BRB. No! No!
Bring out your dead!
So the app for my blood sugar monitor pulled an update where it gives me these helpful tips on how to improve your blood sugar, and it's like the equivalent of backseat gaming my life and my body, and I just figured out how to turn it off, and I'm very happy. All right. Hi everybody, I'm back. I mean, when you have 100 people hate type in your in a chat room, it is very likely a couple of them probably have the same birthday as you. The world gets very small. Like, assuming, let's just say there's probably a couple of people who work in the same industry as you as well. There's also, it's highly likely that there's, statistically speaking, it's very possible. There's a lot of people with a lot of stuff in common with you. There's probably somebody in your city. Backseat gaming your life. Dude, you have no fucking idea how many times I've had people be like, but you're not fat. How are you a diabetic? I want to hurt you whenever you say that to me, person who exists out there. It's just like people who are like, you're playing video games. You're not blind. You want to talk to my eye doctor? He's very busy. It's hard to get appointments. One might be in your room right now. I mean, it's possible. My favorite situation of circumstance was a long time ago when we had one person who was watching, who was talking about how he worked for Microsoft. Specifically, he worked at the Redmond offices, their biggest campus. And in about a 20-minute span, we had somebody realize that there was another person who worked at the Xbox division in the same building. And somebody who worked security in the same building. And they all had lunch together. They had lunch together because of my stream. That's how small the world gets when you have 100 people in a room. The most you ever did for work was being a janitor? Hardest job I've ever had is this. Streaming. But the most minute-to-minute work I ever had to do was cleaning. This is the most pleasant job I've ever had, but it's the hardest job I've ever had by far. I have a few old photos like that, Stone. It was hummus, avocado, lettuce, cheese, and cucumber. On wheat bread. Actually, no. The coolest job I ever had probably wasn't streaming, actually. The coolest job I ever had was 4 hours a week. And I worked as the assistant for a sprint kayaking coach. So my older sister was the coach. I was the assistant, which is the fancy words for I got paid to drive a speedboat around for a living or as a part-time gig. So it was literally just show up, go to the lake, drive the speedboat around following a bunch of kayakers, and then go out and take all the boys and bring them back afterwards, after putting them out, and then go home. That was it. That's all I did. It was the greatest job ever. Just drive a boat around. Also, I've commented on this many times, but I think it's very funny that I can't legally get a driver's license because my eyes are too shit. But I have a boating license. Buoys. If you don't know what a buoy is a thing that goes in the water and floats. It looks like a big sphere. Bright colors. Makes things very clear. They trusted you to drive a boat? I have a boating license. I can legally drive a tugboat. Exactly. Buoy. Buoy. Floaters. I don't know, you get confused about non-British language all the time, so I feel like I need to be clear. I can legally drive a tugboat in Canada because there's no eye test to get a boater's license, and it's a lifetime license. There is no I test. Only a R test. And if you pass the R test, then you don't get your boat because then you're a pirate. Pirates don't get boats. I mean, this is why you should turn off autocorrect. Or don't watch on a phone. Watch on a computer if you have one. The speedboat, yeah. The tugboat one I would need to renew in order to get a commercial license. So basically, if I were to go get a job driving a tugboat, I would need to re-up every 3 years. But a boater's license is a lifetime license that you just need to fill out a bunch of. It's literally just read a book and do a test. It basically means that you know all the rules of the water. So I can legally drive a motorized boat up to the size of a tugboat for personal use. If I were to go get a job working on the water, which I probably wouldn't be able to, I'd have to take a different test, which would require me probably to take an eye test, and they probably wouldn't let me. But if somebody owns a tugboat, I can legally drive that tugboat with the owner's permission. If somebody owns a speedboat, I can drive that speedboat. I can't drive jet boats. Jet boats are a different license. Jet boats are the boats that go really fast. Not allowed to drive one of those. Jet boats are the ones that go extremely fast. It's basically like if you buy a speedboat, basically, it's the license you need to get. So any dad who owns a speedboat will need that license. I don't know if they have a racing league. It's not something I've ever paid attention to. I love how I'm like assigning floors, and then dwarves are like, I can't build there because there's a dwarf standing there. It's like, well, pfft. Nope, that's not what I wanted. I don't remember. I'll be honest with you. I don't remember the exact dimensions of the boat that I'm allowed to drive. You're looking at Dwarf Fortress. This is a big hole. Big old open hole in the ground. I'm going to go up to the surface. So this is the surface layer. That's the outer wall. I have a tower up on the left that kind of goes up and over it, up to this thing. That's the outer wall, the top of the outer wall. The walkways, middle walkways, the tops of the buildings at the bottom, and the base. And that's only the upside. Underneath it, got this. I got my burial chambers and terracotta army with the little maze, the mushroom farms, drainage, coin storage, and the caverns. And we are, on year 173, meaning that this fortress is 168 years old. How's the frames? Look at it. I don't need to tell you how the frames are. Just look at how fast it's moving. Easily above 40. Sometimes it goes below 30, but that's pretty rare. Usually when birds are attacking because their frame rate, their pathing is a little fucky. But that's about it. Perfectly playable, no issues. It's really funny when people are just like, how's the frames? It's like, just look at it. What? The same speed as it is on the stream. I mean, it's certainly not running at 100 FPS, but... Yes, I mean, dwarves could be wearing, like, I don't know, 1,000 pounds in fucking lead rings and not be able to move, but like, they're fine. They are fine. I'm the blind one. No, I mean, do you have any idea how often, like, a streamer will be like, bah, I'm blind. I'm like, no, I'm blind. You're... When I say their name. Never been banned for saying that. It's gonna happen one day. Autumn has come. It's that time of year again. It's just like I say cooler, and Cooler's like, you called? Or that's cooler than that. And then Cooler's just like, hello, I am here in my chat. I'm like, I'm not talking to you, Cooler. Annual tribute from Baste Pame and Nulon Abo have arrived. Come on, humans, bring us your annual tributes. I think this human just brought us strawberries. Because they're actually moving fast for once. Do you have any health requirements as a streamer? You think Amazon gives a flying fuck about any of our health? 5 strawberries! 1 ginkgo wood barrel. Probably with the strawberries in it. Ooh, fisherberry wine. Ratwood or ratweed. Crystal opals. Squirrels. Pig leather backpack. Look at them go. You know. That's actually not bad for them. I'm assuming you got it, Snow. Oh, you had it the first time? You're faster than I thought you were. And here's the big shipment, the ones that brought the horse. Let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. My question to you, Gungeoneer, is what makes you think that we would have health requirements, and what makes that question something that you would ask? Because why the heck would we have health requirements? We're private contractors, and everything that we do is up to us. We can do as much or as little as we want. We are completely unregulated and have absolutely no governing body or requirements for health. So if I want to eat nothing but pizzas and drink nothing but Mountain Dew and Coca-Cola and shrivel up and die due to hyperglycemia on stream, Twitch would probably ban me eventually, but wouldn't really do anything about it. I don't know what that is, but it sounds fancy. Stupid. I guarantee you streamers don't. But still, you haven't answered what poses that question. Health requirements as a Twitch streamer. It's literally like the maximum possible gig economy, self-employed contract work. Like, of course, there's absolutely nothing. We don't get any support or assistance in any way from anybody, period. We're completely on our own and at the mercy of people who want to support us. Which sounds really dire and shitty, but it's the best job I've ever had. I wouldn't trade it for anything. As many drawbacks as it can have. Wouldn't trade it for anything. And then people are just like, well, what if I could pay you $1 billion to stop streaming, or $1 million? It's like, I'd probably say no, because I'd be really fucking unhappy. Comes with a lot of freedom. I mean, like my mom said, who owns her own business. As a small business owner, you work more than anybody to have options. Are we winning? I don't know. Are you winning? That's up to you, not me. I guess here's the difference between you and me then, hate type. I'm going blind, and will be blind at some point in the next 15, 20 years. I will have no vision whatsoever. So I only get X amount of time to do the thing that I love to do. So I'm going to do as much of it as I fucking can for as long as I fucking can. Because I love this. Do anything. What story are you telling? In the year 101, Normal Group Channel became the queen of the ignited creation. Classic story. Tale as old as time, one could say. Got a small audience of 3 dwarves. Would you look at that? The dwarves have arrived to trade. Do not need all of these anvils. I might actually just trade all these anvils. Just get rid of them. No reason to store them. See, I work and do this job because I love it. No other reason aside from that. Even on the tough days, I still do this because I love it. That seems incredibly controlling to me. So somebody like me who has a shit ton of health problems, birth defects, and issues with my body and functionality just wouldn't be able to work because I'm unhealthy. Not because I don't take care of myself, but just because my body's broken. If I'm reading that correctly, Go Engineer? Because that seems a little fucked. Just a little bit. So you want to know one of the biggest problems I had when I was younger, engineer, is most entry-level jobs that require no schooling. So things like basic construction, or road work, or any kind of city work, all require eye tests. I wasn't able to get a lot of jobs, and actually was let go from my first summer job because of my eyes. I fucking hate that shit. It's the most fucking frustrating, limiting bullshit in the entire fucking planet. It's like, oh, I'm physically fine, but my eyes suck. So I'm basically shafted, which is why I worked in such a shitty job for so long. And why I worked in gas stations and fast food, because it was all that would fucking hire me. And even they, like, wouldn't put me on day shift because they didn't want me around other people, because they were scared to bump into people, which I did sometimes, because it's just how my my eyes work. They don't. I fucking hate this shit so fucking much. Nothing makes me angrier than this shit. The government doesn't want you to hide your own health issues. Okay. Unless you want me to say some fucked up shit, we should change the subject. I look forward to our meeting next year, dwarfs. Our fortunes rise and fall together. What's up, Moose? Like, here's the way it works around here is you apply for a job, you get the job, and it's completely up to your disclosure whether or not you want to tell your employer about your health problems. It's your own disclosure. So, like, if I told any job that I had eye problems before I got that job, I wouldn't have gotten the job. It was things that my bosses learned about after I got hired. If that. Because it's like, if there's a chance that they won't hire you, why the fuck would you tell anybody? Which is why literally the only jobs I could get were ones that didn't require eye tests. It's fucking moronic. Absolutely fucking moronic. I had multiple really good job opportunities when I was younger. To work in mills and other places like that that paid very well. They needed an eye test. All right. Just don't even bother because they won't hire me. Which is part of the reason I work for myself, because fuck working for anybody else. I don't want to have to abide by anybody else's rules. So fucking tired of that shit. You guys are getting me spicy today. A little bit spicy. We need to trade. Bring the trader over. How's Mayor? Do you want me to make anything? Nope, we good? Okay. How are you doing, Lord Floof? Still rough, but you haven't tantrumed all day today, which is good. For example, you have slightly bad long-distance sight, so you can't apply to pay less. So you can apply to pay less taxes. Here's the thing, though, right? I get a lot of tax benefits because of my health problems. I don't have to tell my employer that I get that. That's dealt with on a different layer, right? So my employer is beneath that layer. Money comes in, money goes out to taxes. They know they give me the tax deductions. Employer doesn't need to see that shit. So I don't consider that a benefit. That's a backwards ass way of getting the same benefit. Here's the thing. I'm totally fine with that information being public. What I don't like is having to disclose that to an employer. It's like, I'm totally fine with information being public, assuming it's my decision to disclose it. Before the employer's taxes, then? That's not how that works, but okay. I don't consider that a positive. I dealt with a shit ton of workplace discrimination. Tons of it. Fucking tons of it. I also dealt with a lot of workplace racism because I was the token white kid where I worked for the last 4 years. was like me and one other guy that were white. Everybody else was brown. Adil is Aldi. What, is in like the grocery store chain? Aldi's is a grocery store chain, right? Or like just a big block store? Something like that? We don't have Aldi's here, so wasn't too sure. But yeah, no, this is a very deep political subject that we're discussing now, and it's just gonna make me mad talking about this. So workplace discrimination and like being of a certain level of health or physical health in order to be fit to do a job is something that has plagued me for the entirety of my life, or at least my adult life. It fucking sucks. It's the worst goddamn thing. Being told that you can't do something. On 70-cent milk. Well, I don't drink milk. And I'm okay. I don't need to spend so little on something. I'd rather spend more to get stuff that came from a better source. You have one of them around there and they're popular? I mean, we have Costco around here and I don't go to fucking Costco. I've never actually been in a Costco though. Same reason I don't shop at Walmart. What are you doing, Dwarf? But no, I'm one of those weirdos that will intentionally pay more for food to get the better option. It's like the one thing I actually splurge on is food. But then again, that's the only way I can really keep myself healthy, so. That sucks, Katsu. Yeah, I'm pretty fortunate in that I have a pretty good selection of shops around here. And my little market chain is rather expensive, but it's one of those ones where it's like, well, it's expensive, but it's expensive because they've got good stuff. Like everything they sell is quality. And it's funny because like my mom will get mad at me because of where I buy my groceries. And I'm like, listen, it's walking distance. They have everything that I need. Yes, it's a little bit more expensive, but I buy the organic things anyway, so it doesn't fucking matter. It's cheaper to buy organic stuff from the store that I shop at than at Walmart, for example. It's still more expensive than normal groceries, though. Like, if you were to buy budget groceries, yeah, you'd get them cheaper. If you were to go to a Walmart, for example, or a Real Canadian Superstore, or one of those equivalents. But I will pay more because I buy the organic almond milk instead of the normal almond milk. And I'm totally okay with that. Because otherwise, my life expectancy would get way shorter, way quicker. I don't like that. Sometimes I like it, sometimes I don't. What happens if you solidify rage, though? Like, if you solidify rage, could you make a candle out of it? I want a rage candle. That's all I'm saying. There is no benefit of COVID. Don't ever say there's a fucking benefit of COVID. Literally all it's doing is putting on display the stupidity of our race. And the fucking ability for us to actually do anything. Like tiny embers at the bottom of your stomach? I would say it depends on the rage in the day. Sometimes it's liquid and just like passing through your veins, and sometimes it's a solid and smacking you in the face. I mean, I can taste the difference between cheap food and decent food. Like, my market had these locally grown rainbow carrots. So, like, not orange carrots. They're all organic, and they're so good. They're like candy. They're so fucking tasty. Why are you so angry, Taurus? Would it make you happy to know that your dwarf is a pretty accomplished weaver and recently felt pleasure near a very fine statue and recently felt satisfied at work and felt satisfied producing a masterwork? And you were worried after being unable to practice martial art for too long, which is fine. But I'm going to put you into one of the hobbyist squads so that you can go wrestle. The other night, actually, I had a pretty scary low. And I woke up and my tongue was numb. I was just like, holy shit. It's the lowest I've been in a very long time. Let's get both of my hobbyist squads training for a little bit. Crossbows. Iron crossbow. 2. I need you to go fill out some paperwork, Dwarf. See, that's like saying, I go halfway. I only sometimes throw litter out my car window. Engineer. The rest of the time I put it in the garbage bin. Oh, it's 2. Cool. You're angry because your apartment towed your car despite telling me that it was okay and that the registration and inspection were out. And they told me that they weren't responsible, and the towing company told me to pay $150 to get the car back. I'm livid. There's no way to get into the DMV because of COVID, and they're only doing appointments which are months out. That fucking blows. The fuck? That sucks, man. Reminds me of when my dad's truck got towed because they towed the wrong car. They were like, well, it's not our fault. What? Yeah, it's your fucking fault. You towed the wrong car. Literally legal private pirates. I don't know if I'd go that far, but there's some truth to that statement for sure. They do certainly hold hostages for a living. They legally have the right to steal your car. It's not stealing if it's legal though. Like legit, it's not like, yeah, they're like government contracted pirates. How's that? Which is actually a thing. The governments back when there was like legit tall ships and pirates would pay pirates to go fight the other guys. Here, have a bunch of money. Now go invade the French. Says the UK. Exactly. Privateers. Yeah, exactly. Mercenaries. Assholes, we call them. Are you still purple, Dwarf? Yeah, you're still utterly harrowed by the nightmare that is your tragic life. Yeah, no, I understand, dude. That fucking sucks. But at the end of the day, what I would do is just pay the fucking fine and move on. Not the most recent one, the one before. So, 0.04. 7.04. The version back where you actually have to very seriously micromanage your dwarves. Could be it for you. The apartment's going to pay you back? That's good. Still fucking blows. Although Mario Day is coming up and we need to figure out what version I'm going to play the Mario Overhaul mod on. Can't wait. March 10th, we're playing the Mario Overhaul mod. I don't know what that hashtag is. Also, it doesn't work. Because you put a comma in there. You can't break a hashtag with another symbol. It has to only be letters. I think about SEO shit way too much. I mean, not going to try and sound like an asshole, Taurus, but are you sure you're not in the wrong? I don't know what it's supposed to be, but I don't like it. To be honest. It's certainly not funny. I think that is what he meant, but it's not funny. I mean, shipping is ridiculous to order stuff from the States still, for me, engineer. What pisses me off is the fact that because my province did really well with COVID infections, we're low priority to get vaccinations, which means I will be lucky if I get my vaccination by August. Woo! Looking forward to another fucking summer of not going outside. Aww. That's cute, Ketsu. Did you Google that or something? Sock smell? Or did you know that off the top of your head? Because if you knew that off the top of your head, fucking hats off to you. But if that's the first thing that came up in Google, it also hats off. Pondering surgical models. Love it. It's Google all the way. I don't know. Sometimes people just have weird facts off the top of their heads, you know? Sometimes you just gotta pull them facts out of nowhere. And just be like, wait, where'd you get that from? My brain? And then there's me where I go, what's the brain? Sounds like smart people garbage. I don't have that. I don't know. Usually, like, Taurus, to be clear, I'm not accusing you of lying or anything, but in my instance, whenever something like this happens, I try and, like, figure out how I'm to blame for everything and then try and use that as a learning experience going forward. So it's like, well, okay. Like, I'll use an example. I've gotten 12 tickets in my life for jaywalking. It sucks, and every time it makes me fucking livid. But it's also my fault. Not quite the same situation, but I can't get mad about that because I'm in the wrong. And whenever you are in a situation where something like this happens, you'll drive yourself insane if you stay angry over it, because unless that $150 to get your car back is going to completely break the bank, is it really worth getting that angry over it? Like, it's $150. Yeah, that's a lot of money. But also it's $150. Is it worth almost making yourself pass out? Is it worth getting so angry that you're freaking out and livid? Is it worth getting so angry that you need to redefine whether or not rage is a liquid or a solid? Is it worth getting that angry? That's what you really need to think about. It's not a... Yeah, it's illegal to jaywalk. And because I'm a pedestrian who walks everywhere and used to... a large portion of my commute was sprinting across busy streets to catch buses to get to work on time. Yeah, I definitely got ticketed for jaywalking in my years. Rage is a gas. Isn't a gas like a positive thing? Like, that's a gas. I always thought that gas was like a positive thing. Oh, true. That is why cartoons showed coming out of the ears. You do make a good point there. You do make a good point. Maybe it's not a gas, because a gas is a positive thing. Maybe it's a cloud. Rage is a cloud. Cool. They do here, and they do ticket you. People always talk about this. That's not... whether or not you get ticketed where you are for doing the same thing is not relevant to the discussion. You love getting angry? That doesn't sound healthy. Maybe you should try getting into the into the pro wrestling industry. Then you can just get mad at people for a living. Just be a show wrestler. Just yell at somebody. Or be like me and just go be in mosh pits and hit people. Fucking good. I want to go get bruised in a mosh pit so badly. All right. Well, that's where you live, and not relevant to my example, Gungeoneer. Can we not discuss the legality of jaywalking? I was trying to find an example to sympathize with Taurus. We do not need to discuss the legality of jaywalking for the entire fucking planet like every time this comes up. Sorry, I'm just really fucking tired of everybody just being astonished that that's a thing here. It's so fucking old. Because I talk about this on a relatively frequent basis. It's really not, Gungeoneer. It's really, really not. See, here's the way I would read this. If that happened to me, Taurus, I would... You're not funny, Diamond. I'm so tired of you doing that. When you... The thing is... If I was in your position, Taurus, to calm myself down, I would look at it from their perspective and just move on. I just fucking move on. It's not worth getting that angry over things. Did you know that it's illegal to skinny dip in your own pool in a city in Canada, except for between the hours of 11 p.m. and 6 a.m.? It's illegal to skinny dip in your own pool. Because your neighbors might see you. True story. No one cares, though. 150 does sting. Yeah, it certainly does. I would just fucking move on. You know what will kill you? High blood pressure. You know what gives you high blood pressure? Anger. My ceiling. Picture point. You heard me, Gungeoneer. Also, I don't own a pool. I've just read the law a couple of times. It's a $3,000 fine. It's also illegal to drive your sled dogs on the sidewalk. Alcohol laws in Finland are wild, dude. Doesn't change that you feel wronged, which is the issue. I guess that's just a personality difference, right? I mean... Actually, here's a pretty relevant example. I used to have a different internet ISP. This was years ago. I'm actually back on this ISP now. So I was on ISP A, went to ISP B for about 8 years, and then came back to ISP A. When I left ISP A the first time for ISP B, because they had faster speeds, ISP A told me to keep the router. They said that I paid it off and it was mine. I could keep it. That's what the person over the phone said. 1 month goes by, 2 months goes by, 3 months goes by. I get a bill for $300 because they wanted me to send it back. And I phoned them and I was like, what the fuck? And they were like, well, it's not okay. Like, you have to send this back. I'm like, but they told me that I didn't need to. They were like, well, that person was wrong. But you still need to send it back and pay the fine. So I fucking sent it back and paid the fine. I was in the wrong. It's not my fault that the person told me that I wasn't in the wrong, but I'm still in the wrong. Doesn't change my position just because I was given the incorrect information. It doesn't make me in the right because someone else was also in the wrong. 2 wrongs don't make a right. It's still a wrong. I mean, I don't want my enemies to die. Hate type. I'd like to never see my enemies again, but I don't want my enemies to die. Meditate on lust. That's funny. Felt pleasure near a fine table after meditating on lust. That's not healthy for that poor table. Table's getting a higher dose of protein today. Feels satisfied after teaching stonecrafting. Why don't you just teach stuff all the time, Lord Floof? Oh, I would kill to change the subject, my dude. Is there a game that makes lets you make silly laws like democracy but with wackiness? I wouldn't play it, so I don't know. I'm just not going to respond to that because I don't want to dig deeper into the legality of issues like that, Diamond. I'm trying to talk to Taurus. Why do you keep asking me specific questions? What I should have done is gone and looked at their website and read about it because all the information was right there. It was an employee who gave me incorrect information, so it's the fault of the employee, not the fault of the company. And it's my fault for not looking into it further and just taking the employee's word for it. Warsim does indeed let you taxes tax. So you can tax the taxes. Yes. Oh, actually, you know what's a game that lets you enact really dumb laws is City State. City State lets you do some really dumb shit. And that game's pretty cheap. It's like a little city builder. That game's actually really interesting. And it gives you a lot of really weird, thought-provoking things. And then also some extremely stupid shit. Nation States? Never played it. But City State lets you do that. This game. It gives you like these multiple choice law things. Public hospitals should provide affordable care to families in need. No involvement from the government in healthcare. Handled by private companies only. Entirely public funded. This game's neat. It lets you enact some really weird shit and also go to space. You should play that. It's pretty good, man. You should play it. I mean, it's more like a personality difference. I generally will just accept and move on because I've learned in my life that if I dwell and get angry about everything that happens or everything I get fined for or everything that is kind of my fault in some respect, I would be much less happy in life. It's better to just pay the fine and move on, in my experience, than it is to fight everything. It's just not worth it for the $150. My health is worth more than $150. If I get fined $150 for something that the company kind of fucked up on and I kind of fucked up on, fuck it. Take the money. Go away. Leave me alone. Hate type, are you actually just a horrible fucking person or do you just like being edgy? Exactly. Yeah, City State 2 looks interesting. I'll probably play City State 2 when it drops, assuming it gets decent reviews. Ah, this poor fucking dwarf. Well, although at least you're bobbing in and out of reality and you're not, like, going insane. Let's take the hobbyist squads off. There you go, guys. Crossbows. I mean, there's fights that are worth fighting, right? Like when my old landlord tried to fine me for moving out early because a portion of my fucking ceiling caved in. They tried to fine me for moving out early because my ceiling caved in. I fought that. $150 for a car getting towed? Not worth it. Thousands of dollars for moving out early? Fucking worth it. It depends on the fight. There's amounts of money and things where I would agree with you where it's worth getting super angry and worth fighting. Completely agree with you there. I already got it. Already got the full game. Troll potato, way ahead of you there. I'll play it that evening. I won't play it in the morning, but I'll play it that evening. I don't want to be during the primetime rush, but in the evening I'll try it for sure. Is my old landlord your dad? If your old landlord is an incompetent 25-year-old kid who just got out of university, or if your dad is a 25-year-old kid who just got out of university who has absolutely no idea what the fuck he's doing, and operates under a privately owned company that has a monopoly over the renters' buildings in this area, then yes. Mirthsoft, 3rd subscription of the day. Cheers. Thank you so much
Hey.
for keeping that subscription alive for a 2nd month. Welcome back. How you doing? I had a friend get a photocopy of a lease termination with a huge section covered in whiteout, but where the landlord agreed to let them move out early without fees, the judge laughed like out of court. Yeah, I mean, basically. Just simmering the anger on the back burner. I would calm down at the very least, because especially if you do plan to fight it, you're not going to get very far with anger. You'll get a lot further with logic or kindness. Okay, so we're into midwinter of 173. I've actually moved through more time today than I was expecting. It is still snowing. I kind of want the snow to go away, but I also don't want to wait too long. Or it's looking fucking good. It's going pretty good, yeah. You know what? Let's, instead of like actually doing more construction, let's just work on these little bits, because I can do these a little bit at a time. What did I make this roof out of? Nice. Cool. There we go. It's the full moon too, and there's no lag spikes, which means there's probably no were creatures in the world right now. Or very few anyway. At least none in populated spaces. Chat, can we get a bigger round of beers? From Earthsoft keeping that subscription alive for 2 months. Because there's 79 of you guys lurking out there. We get a big old round of beers. And after Dwarfs today, we're going to be playing more Aliens the Roguelike. Because I need more footage of that. For a video I'm working on. Which is a you know, Alien fan game. Which is free. You can go play it if you want. Just go Google Aliens RL. You'll find it. Oh, good shit, man. Yeah, no, we'll do more of that. Most of that was just me remembering how that game works because I haven't played it in like 10 years. Ish. Also, I never got particularly good at it. I probably put maybe like 4 or 5 hours into the into it the last time I played it way back when. So, like, I never got super heavily into it. I just remember going, this is really neat. And then, like, never really touching it again. So, it was Doom RL that I played quite a bit of. Which we're also going to be doing some of this week. Also, something else that's worth noting. Programmer Faut? I don't know how to say the last bit of that. But thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Cheers, man. Jack, can I get a big old round of beers? Chaos Forge week? So I recorded an hour and 45-minute long interview with Epion, developer of Jupiter Hell and owner of and founder of Chaos Forge. So I'm editing that. Hold on, just let me open up a thing in the background. So I've kind of accidentally signed myself up to make Jupiter Hell the movie. He misses dev streams? Me too, kind of. Don't ever tell him that. He was lurking a couple minutes ago. But this is what it looks like right now. I aim to have this up not on Friday, but the Friday after. A buzzer has stolen sheep cheese! Whatever shall we do? We'll have to make more sheep cheese. We'll get them buzzards, don't worry. We'll turn the military on, they'll stab them. They're pretty quick about that. See that? The spinning iron short sword. Missed it. Damn it. Oh, no, it definitely got hit. So I have some weapon traps because they like to fly in here and fly down here and then fly in here and steal my books. So I put those weapon traps by that. They're pretty effective from what I can tell. Take that, turkey buzzard. Another Dutchman? Is that word Dutch? Are they unofficial? Why are they the unofficial mascot? Because they were everywhere. I gotcha. One of my favorite stories that hit the news last year wasn't about buzzards, but there was a brewery in Germany. I'd need to go look up the actual story to find the name of the brewery, but they had some great white storks show up and roost on their chimney, and they had to shut down work. This was during the beer shortage during COVID, and they had to shut down the brewery for the period of the time when they were roosting because it's illegal to move their nests. So because it was on their chimney, they were just stuck. I don't know. I don't know if my reasoning helped at all, Taurus, but that's how I would approach the whole thing. You of course are your own person and can do whatever the heck you want. Why haven't you thought of that? It's genius. Yeah, right. Do I still want to file for war emus? I was kind of joking about that, but I'm not necessarily against the idea. I mean, if someone could give me an install of the game where I could generate a world where I could, in theory, train war emus, I'd be down. Although, currently, what I do need is I need a install with the Mario overhaul mod, which is not updated for the most recent version, unfortunately, because Mario Day is in, like, a little over a week. March 10th. Yeah, 8 days. We will be playing Super Mario Dwarfs for one day. It'll be a one-off. It'll be fun. We'll have a bunch of Yoshis and we'll probably die to exploding blocks and Goombas and shit. Because the Grimdark Dwarf Fortress overhaul mod for Super Mario Brothers is terrifying. And then on Star Wars Day, we will be playing Jawa Fortress, which is another overhaul mod, which is updated for the most recent version. And on Revenge of the 5th, we'll also play Jawa Fortress. So on May the 4th, we'll play Jawa Fortress, and on Revenge of the 5th, we'll play Jawa Fortress. We have vultures around here that we just call buzzards, but what about May the 6th? Is there a May the 6th Star Wars joke? I know that it's May the 4th be with you and Revenge of the 5th. What's the 6th? Because I'm down to do 3 days if it's fun. Oh, it's your birthday. Well, I don't know. Do you really like Star Wars? It depends on how much fun I'm having at that point, I would say. If I'm really enjoying the fort I'm building in Jawa Fortress, then maybe we'll do another day of it. But I wouldn't need a War Emu save file until April, because that would be the shtick for a Easter fort. Bunnies and War Emus and lots of emu eggs. And we would go to war against everybody. With an army of bunnies and War Emus. Lots of vile and violence. Chickens that throw eggs? Or I mean bunnies, basically. That's an incredible army. I mostly just want War Emus. Not really chickens. Mostly just want War Emus. Oh, also, because Picture Point just responded to my DM and reminded me, if you guys don't own it, here, I can just show you and then give you a link. Sproggywood is 90% off. 90% off. Solid little roguelike. It's $1.70 Canadian, which means I think it's like $1.40 or something US. So if you want to play a chill, cute little roguelike to try and get into the subgenre, this is a good one. Just saying. I played a lot of that shit when I was in hospital. It's good. We'll see you later, audio. Be safe. Be safe, man. Term buzzard and the term hawk change meanings? I mean, one of those meanings would be wrong. If you were to refer to a hawk as a buzzard, that's just incorrect. In that point, you'd be calling like a buzzard just any big bird. Yeah, language is weird and a lot of people are wrong. Like saying A is better than saying huh, says the Canadian. And anybody who says otherwise is wrong. Your new PC is here. What are you building it? Is it pre-built? What'd you get? Tell us the specs, take pictures. Good shit. And what's the first thing you're gonna do on the new PC? Yes, Kia. Are all just the same fucking cat. That is not true. They're different subspecies, my dude. Just people confuse them because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Also, I'll have you know, Jaguar's a car, not a cat, okay? I know exactly what you're talking about. The common buzzards. But that's wrong. You can't change my mind on that. What about the internet? Picture Point? I enjoyed your Mortar House stream last night. That was fun. Lots of good clips were clipped. No, porn is what you do when you get a bigger monitor. Picture Point. Come on, please. When you get a bigger monitor, the first thing you do is watch porn on it. Okay, maybe the second thing you do. Then you watch a 4K movie. Immediately got Discord and Chrome. First things I download when I get a new computer. Malwarebytes? No, Chrome, Malwarebytes, Steam, OBS, and VLC Media Player, and Audacity. Those are like the first things I install whenever I get a new computer. You had a blast? Could you grab the, I think it was the OG, like an OG clip, the one where you behead the guy. Can you just post that in my chat? Because I want you to show that one off because it was really fucking good. Yeah, that's fair. I have an unreasonable amount of resources to let Chrome eat them. And in Chrome, literally the only reason I use Chrome is Chrome has the most plugins available, meaning the most accessibility plugins are available. So for me to easily be able to use the most websites, Chrome is easily the best. Exactly. Exactly. Bird of praise do not equal buzzards. Yeah, I have 64 gigabytes of RAM, so I don't fucking care if Chrome uses 3 gigs. That's fine. But yeah, I'm a niche case scenario. I wouldn't recommend using Chrome to people who are worried about resource usage. CCleaner is fine, but you know what I'd recommend over CCleaner? Winderstat. Winderstat. Best fucking piece of software in existence. I'll give you a link. Do you mind if I show this clip on stream? PP? So this is a clip that I clipped last night of Picture Point's stream. Oops. Need to unmute it first. Eh.
Oh my god, this guy's face. Oh, you saw it? Chopped your fucking head off, dude.
Just
Yo,
the perfect use of that. It's so good. I just love the mission pass thing that you have set up. It's so fucking good, man. It's so fucking good. Head just popped right off mission pass. The first time I saw that pop up on his stream, it threw me off so much. I was like, what the fuck? To avoid paying for Dropbox. I just use it to find massive video files that I forgot I have on my computer and delete them. 7 to 9 gigs. I generally have about 4 tabs open. If I have more than 4 tabs open, I have like, it stresses me out. Like I watch a streamer sometimes. I have to actually look away from the stream if he's looking at his web browser because of how many tabs he has open. And it's funny because he's just like, oh, I'm using this insert browser here that like doesn't use any resources, so the only reason it's giving you anxiety is because you're used to all of the RAM usage. I'm like, no. But seeing 1,000+ tabs on a web browser makes me so stressed out I need to leave the room. Because to me, like, tabs are a to-do list, right? So if I have tabs, it means that's something I need to get done. And if I have like 1,000 tabs open, that's a lot of work that needs doing. Oh my God, that's a lot of work that needs doing. And that shit stresses me out. I hate it. I hate it so much. But yeah, right now I have my noise generator tab open, which is generating the bird sounds. I have Bellinair's stream, Jess's stream, the Dwarf Fortress directory on my dashboard. That's it. Also Twitch chat. That's pop out. Technically also a thing. And how much RAM is that using? 280 megs. So like nothing. Whatever. Yay, that's good. I just found, last night I found the speaker for my rubber duck, which makes me happy. It was underneath one of my speakers. And now I dropped my rubber duck. Ducky, no! There it is. This rubber duck is becoming more like me every day because I fiddle with it. Its eyes have fully rubbed off. It's really starting to rub off on me. Shoutouts to Tamorag for giving me that at TwitchCon. Good dude. You don't want to clog up your bookmarks. See, like, I open a tab, I do what I need to do on that tab, and then I close it. It's the same reason I don't leave laundry on my floor. Because having laundry on my floor upsets me because it's clutter. I feel the exact same way about my desktop, the exact same way about my browser, the exact same way about everything in my apartment. Stuff just being there is clutter. I hate clutter. It's part of the reason why I'm a bit of a clean freak. So it's like the RAM usage of Chrome doesn't really bother me because like the difference between the web browsers is like, well, Chrome uses like 30% more RAM than Firefox. Cool. But Chrome has way more accessibility features and plugins than Firefox does. And so the difference between 800 megabytes of RAM and 500 megabytes of RAM when you have 64 gigabytes of RAM is like... If anything, the actual problem is, oh, Google's tracking me, but I have an Android phone. So, already fucked there. I deleted my Facebook account to get rid of some of the tracking, but unused RAM is wasted RAM. Exactly! There you go. I like the way your brain work. But also don't have too many tabs open. Close your fucking tabs. Whenever I see a web browser with like 1,000 tabs open, I want to just go close their tabs and erase their browsing history so bad. It's like, I need to get rid of it! Kill it! Vertical tab add-ons? Oh, you mean when the tabs are over on the left and going up and down this way? Just don't let me look at it, and I won't shame your 200 tabs. I just don't want to see it. Just keep that behind your monitor, and we're fine. But if you want to stress me out, send me a screenshot of your 200 tabs. Or what kind of project then you do Zoom meetings, then you'll watch you. He's got like 500 tabs open, and it stresses you out. Yeah, I know. I know I'm not alone there. There's definitely people who feel the way I do about this sort of stuff, but it's just so fucking funny. To open a new browser window just for you. Okay, it's like, can you minimize that? Open another one? Spring has arrived. Has anybody died of old age? Will we work on this? The annual tributes have arrived? Nope, doesn't look like it. Still have 36 dwarves in the fort. Not bad. You don't have 200 tabs. You just like tabs using space, using the space of the screen that normally would be empty. Oh, that's totally fair. See, my eyes are weird, so it doesn't really matter where the tabs are. I have to zoom in. Like here, I'll show you how big YouTube is for me. I'll go to my YouTube channel. This is YouTube at 150 times size, because this is how big I need it to be able to operate on this website. 150 times size. And for reference, I have a 32-inch main monitor a 32-inch left monitor and a 28-inch third monitor. What's the font size set to actually on Twitch? Set font. Font size. Yeah, the font size I have for Twitch chat is 33. So look at a 33 size font on any text editor, and that's how big my Twitch chat is. You want to know a true fact? I got offered an Adam and Eve Twitch sponsorship. I very heavily debated taking it because it was a decent amount of money. But I decided to not. The only thing that I say to those of you who like dark mode is please don't get mad at people for not using dark mode, because dark mode gives me eye strain. I have to be very careful with that shit. Are we Adam and Eve's demographic? What, single bored as fuck males? I'm sure plenty of single bored as fuck males buy many penis sleeves on a monthly basis from them, so probably. You were going to raid 2 SSDs. You have no clue if it's useful. I mean, it'll make your computer turn on faster, and I guess you'll load certain things a little bit faster. But like, SSDs already load shit so quickly. Like, does it really matter at that point? Although something that I really want to do, and this has nothing to do with sex toys, but at some point in the far future, I would really, really, really like to make a branded water pipe for people who don't use those. They're more locally known as bongs. I would love to do that one of these days. It's because like I kind of know my audience, and I feel like there's enough people who watch me that I could probably sell that. It's like, that's the kind of merch that would actually probably sell for my channel. It's like beer glasses, mugs, and bongs. Let's go. And I know a company that will make custom glass too. So in theory, I could do it. I just... Beer mugs would be baller. No merch stores make beer mugs though. It fucking sucks, man. Everybody's like, yeah, we have mugs. It's like mugs are cool, but I don't know. It's very much a, if I ever get like an actual merch store, because like at that point I would need my own website and my own storefront and everything, because you bet your ass that there's no merch sites that will do fulfillment merch and ship glass. That's not a thing they do. So I'd have to like get a Shopify and shit. And I'm not big enough to be able to do that, really. It wouldn't be worth it after the first day. Yeah, don't defrag SSDs. You defrag your 8 terabyte hard drive. So I have a 1 terabyte SSD in this computer, right? I also have I think it's 12 terabytes of hard drive space. Like when I go to record on Audacity, it's like, you have 11,000 hours of recording time left. It's like, oh, cool. I mean, Western Digital black drives are cheap, man. Like, if you can buy a 4 terabyte Western Digital black drive for $40, fucking buy 4 of them. 10 terabyte media drive? Yeah. I've thought about, like, getting a small server. Like, how fucking cool would it be to just have a server rack, right? That's like 50% PC servers for footage with a Eurorack synthesizer at the top. I'm going to be buying rack mounts anyway. How cool would that be? The elves have arrived to trade. We should trade with the elves. Should also kill some more of my cows. You could say that, yes. I don't have a crazy setup. I did a lot of messing around with like music production stuff on the software end, and many years ago I wrote multiple symphonies and choir pieces that got performed in front of audiences. But that's a very long time ago. And because I'm finally at a point where I have a relatively stable income, thank you very much for keeping me here, Jesus Christ, I am able to go back to some of those old hobbies. And one of them being actually buying the synthesizers I've always wanted. Your buddy is a synth? Well, you should definitely call a Blade Runner then. But yeah, no, I have a Mother 32 and a little keyboard, and I fuck around with it, but that's about it right now. A Mother 32. Somebody has a fucking DFAM for sale in downtown Vancouver for $700, and I keep staring at it going, I want it! But slowly. Slow process. It's more of just I don't have the budget to just straight up buy the systems that I would want. Because I like I would describe myself more as a music nerd than a synth nerd specifically. Like I own a cello and I have a guitar and I play them both. Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, a lot of people don't know that about me. It's like if my life went in a slightly different direction, I would have gone to university for cello, and become a classical musician or teacher. If my life had gone in a different direction, which it certainly didn't. Like I was doing university level music theory when I was 14. Technically, the only post-secondary schooling I've done was a course in music theory. See, I didn't technically go to college, but I did do a course. It feels like breathing in. It doesn't feel like you're smoking anything. Because, like, a vaporizer kind of feels like you're inhaling something. But, like, if you use it with a water pipe, it doesn't feel like it. I made it to the point where I was applying for art schools to go into music composition. And then 3 things happened. I got a girlfriend that didn't want me to go to school because she didn't want debt. My parents' income just went boom, and so all my backing funding went away, so I would have had to take out probably $100,000 in student loans, which I didn't want to do. And then I got a job and all my creativity went whoop, out the window. So it's taken 10 years, but I'm totally fine with doing it as a hobby thing. Besides, I can also stream it. And there's enough music nerds that watch this stream between the record stuff that I do and the other things that I get to do during this stream that I could probably just figure out some way of streaming that shit too. Sounds pretty fearsome. I learned to read music before I learned to read. Like, I could fluently read music very early in my life. But I wasn't able to read for quite a while because of my eyes. No, I want a leather vest. Did I start on cello? Yeah. I started playing cello when I was 5. Played cello for 13 years, or took lessons for 13 years. And I don't actually have possession of my cello right now. My parents have it because my apartment gets too hot in the summer. So I don't want it to get damaged. But I own a cello that survived World War II. So in France, of all fucking things. So I kind of wish I had more piano. I can like, I know I can play piano well enough to play scales, but I can't really do too much more than that. My dad was actually a piano teacher for a number of years. Fun fact. But anyway, I actually kind of think of my music theory training as a curse for a few reasons. Mainly because it makes me into the biggest fucking music snob on earth. This is why I get so fucking particular about music genres and why I'm such an ass when it comes to a lot of that stuff. Because it's very much a, well, you see, actually, I'm just that guy. Oh shit, Abe, Sandy has grown up. Like hornblende, fire opal, goat horn, naff, paper, short swords and doors, and ballista arrows and llamas. Well, I need to give you all of the engineering, all of the hauling, all of that. Weaponsmithing. And also, let's get you into the Eternal Guard so you can go use a sword. Lord Floof, let's give you clothes making so you can have another craft. Technically, emo is an offshoot of the 80s and the hardcore scene and the blah, blah, blah. And don't confuse that with post-hardcore, which is very different from post-metal and post-rock. And do not confuse that with post-punk. And if you confuse that with hardcore, it's a completely different thing. Also, Degent is really good. Yeah, I'm that guy too. And this is where people go, streamer, what the fuck? I'm not here for your shit. Also, did you hear that new Idols? Not that they put out anything new since their last album, but Grounds is so fucking... I was listening to Idols last night. So I was listening to Idols and Viagra Boys last night. Both fucking phenomenal bands that you probably should be listening to. Not the most obscure or anything, but... And yada yada yada, exactly. Exactly. I should thank the commentator of your YouTube video. I now know that our code base has 471,645 lines of code. Well, this little video game that I'm playing has 1.6 million. So... Dwarf Fortress has 1.6 million lines of code. As it was one of the questions that was asked of Tarn during PAX. 1.6 million. Not 19. Also, you probably have more than one person working on it. And you probably do more cutting than Tarn does. I have this weird feeling that Tarn doesn't do a lot of trimming down of his code. Felt satisfied after producing a masterwork. Well, at least that's good. We are improving Lord Floof, and Lord Floof hasn't tantrumed yet today, so this is all good. All good news so far. Jupiter Hell is 350,000 lines of code, I think. From what Epion said. Oh, this feels relevant to the conversation we were having earlier about RAM usage. I like this meme. When I paid for the PC, I'm going to use the whole PC. This is fine. Please kill me. That's a good meme. A+ for relevant memes. His own fine container. His own completely sublime cabinet. Seems like our dwarf here appreciates the iron container and cabinet we gave him. Merchants will be leaving soon. It's okay. We already traded with them. The whole continent and everything in the DF code base is pretty small. Yeah, true. For the scale of what it's actually simulating, it is quite the thing. That is true. I do think that it's the world gen portion of Dwarf Fortress that's the most impressive part of the code to me. Although that Future of the Fortress post from this past week talked about a lot of future stuff. And one of the things that Tarn mentioned was like, basically, imagine if dwarves could mine clouds and then build cloud blocks and they could fly. And you could build a flying fortress. What if we could mine the sky? Yo, give me that. One day. I know somebody who managed to make a floating boat, or managed to make a partially floating fortress, but we might be talking about the same person. It was Cupo, managed to make a floating fortress. But wasn't it technically resting on the bottom? I don't actually know there. But I just want flying forts real bad. That poor fucking dwarf, man. It's the only depressed dwarf in the fort. Everybody else is totally fine. Let's also give you leather working. He's getting thirsty. Is he going to snap out of it? Wait, what? Do not hide yourself behind an unfeeling mask. Whenever I see that line now, I almost feel like that line's a problem in the current year. Come on. Oh, there you go, Dwarf. Go get some drink. Do not hide yourself behind an unfeeling mask. Is the line that I think's a problem in the current year. He should add another 5,000 lines of code to RimWorld. Just notes, like nothing relevant, just notes. For reasons. Yeah, it's not quite what they mean. It just like it always makes me do a double take when I read it. That's all. Safe travels, pilot. Exactly. Precisely. Diamond knows what's up. I mean, wouldn't it be a great, like, probably not actually, marketing shtick to just be able to say, my game is 420,000 lines of code. You'd probably sell 1 copy or 2 copies because of that. Worth it, I say. He's been keeping a diary. The actual TF source code is only 10k lines. I doubt it. Very much doubt it. Although that would be a mighty fucking long library. Diary, not library. Diary. Axon. Fucking long fucking long diary. God, I can't words. What, how long Dwarf Fortress takes to compile? Yeah, I kind of wonder. Just because I just edited the line for it, I know Jupiter Hell compiles in 1 minute. At 300. Actually, B-Log, how long does your company's software take to compile? At 470,000 lines of code. Aw. No fun like 30 minutes. One of my favorite things was a friend of mine who worked at Open Office for a bit, who would just come into chat and I'd be like, yo, what's up? He's like, at work. I'm like, aren't you supposed to be working? He's like, compiling. It's like, it'll literally be another 40 minutes. I don't know what those words mean, so I will just smile and nod, Mirth. I mean, I know what those words mean, just not in that particular order. On that particular subject. All of those words make sense, but just not in that order. This is my way of saying, hi, I'm an idiot. How are you? Can you at least try to look busy? Compiling. This is what Dwarf Fortress is for. It's that you play Dwarf Fortress while your code's compiling. And it looks like you're still working, because Dwarf Fortress looks like work to a lot of people. Got you used to testing times because it would take so long to load with mods. Yeah, especially back in the day. I never got into heavily modded RimWorld, and its instability was because of that. Also, something ooh, it's her first tantrum of the day. Please no commit crime, Dwarf. Ooh, you just punched somebody important. Disorderly conduct. 2 counts. Or 2 witnesses. I love that my jailer needs to do a prison sentence. But because he's the jailer, he's not going to go to jail. And he's beating the criminal, which means Lord Floof is probably dead. Yep. Looks like it. His right upper arm is cut. Bruised. His guts are bruised. Okay, just bruised. His stomach is bruised. His upper arm is bruised. His left lung is bruised. His upper body is bruised. His right lower lung is bruised. His left elbow is bruised. His left shoulder is bruised. Looks like a doctor's coming. Oh, you're cleaning the blood up. No, that's not helpful. Where am my chief medical dwarf at? Drinking. Good work. There we go. Recover wounded. Although you're on the other end of the fort. Ironically, Eternal, who is carrying this injured dwarf, has 10 notable kills because he was the jailer for a bit. Is also one of my lead doctors. Trash batteries coming to clean the patient. It's a very inefficient doctoring system, even though we have a bunch of good doctors. At least he's not bleeding, though. That's a good sign. It's just mostly bruises and 1 major cut. Yeah, it's just his arm that's cut open. Might need stitches, but should be fine. Bruises are mostly gone. Feels guilty after being able to rest and recuperate. Gratitude after being rescued. Worried after a lack of decent meals. Harrowed by the stress that is his tragic life. Yeah, I don't know. I've been out of the RimWorld scene for a while. And I probably will only ever go back for charity events. It's just not my game anymore. I don't get the same kind of fun that I used to out of that game. When games stop being fun, it's usually time to stop playing said game. And RimWorld stopped being fun a long time ago. And I'll never go back, I don't think. Couple hours a month, maybe. Yeah. That's my only actual worry for the Steam version of DF, is I hope it doesn't go the way that RimWorld did. Just the community becomes too insufferable for me to feel like tolerating it anymore. I have a couple more. I have about 1,000 more than you. But it's plenty of time, yeah. You got bored with the endgame grind? Oh, they made the grind so much worse, too. The endgame grind used to be not a big deal. I beat it on every biome. Holding your mug? You're in shock. Drops mug on ground, goes to eat. Hang in there, Dwarf. Here come all the crafts, dwarves. I just really hope that Dwarf Fortress on Steam just doesn't have the same problems. That's all I hope. By same problems, I just mean, like, I stopped wanting to stream RimWorld because the community wanted me to stream the game in specific ways that they deemed as entertaining. But those weren't the ways that I actually enjoyed playing the game. So it actually made the game very difficult to enjoy. I think it's time to balance that out a little bit, Mirthsoft. When the Steam version of DF comes out, I'm going to just let it run for a couple of days to, you know, catch up my hours a little bit. This dwarf is dragging a chinchilla to slaughter it. And the chinchilla became wild. So I imagine that this dwarf is now like fighting with this chinchilla, but it's okay. So we're still able to slaughter it. Lower arm is dented. Cool. Your arm is healing. I wonder what you're going to go pick up. Did you drop something off? What did you pick up? Holy shit, this dwarf has 1, 2, 3. That's a lot of bracelets, rings, and amulets. That's a lot. You've got a gem in your hand? Huh. You thought his name was Lord Floof? No, it's definitely Lord Floof. Yeah, I know, Absolute Despair. Sorry, I missed that from 10 minutes ago. I don't know how I missed it, but I did. No, the thing that killed RimWorld for me was the interest in and demand for Twitch integration and the need for Twitch integration. And because of that, It got so fucking annoying. And so it became either you play Dwarf, or not Dwarf Fortress, RimWorld at an extremely high level, or use the Twitch integration mods. And it's like, well, I'm not quite at the same level as the best players, so people would watch the best players over me. And there was enough players that were way better than me that people would watch them instead. Combined with, well, if they're not way better than me, then they're using the integration. It's like I wanted to play at a high difficulty, but not the hardest possible difficulty, to still be able to have interesting interactions. And then Tynan balanced the game towards the best players at the game on the high difficulties, and it just ceased to be fun. It's boring on the easy levels, and it was fun if you were a small community doing things. Oh, with the Twitch integration stuff? Yeah, no, I agree. Like, I still like watching Disnoff play it sometimes, just because he's so mind-bogglingly good at that game, and I enjoy watching my teammate Evil Trick when he streams it, but it's like, I just can't be asked to do that shit. It's just not fun. So I really, really, really hope that there's no Twitch integration mods for Dwarf Fortress ever. And what's sad is, like, the person who made the Twitch integration mod for RimWorld was in my chat once, and he was like, yeah, I'm planning on doing that when the Steam version comes out. I'm like, please fucking don't. Please fucking don't. With 8K hours, it's a lot of hours. But then again, I feel like RimWorld's probably a game that's a lot more enjoyable if you don't give a shit about what the community thinks. Enjoy the lurks, Brander. Cheers, Diamond. You have a good night's sleep. No, totally. Bailey's, absolutely. I mean, I'd probably have about 5,000 hours in Dwarfs by now. Based on my Twitch stats, it's about that. Yeah, it'll be fun getting... The thing I'm looking forward to is just getting to Achievement Hunt in DF. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Before I do a Longdeath sequel, which I do kind of plan to do, I do want to do another 1,000 year fort in the Steam version. But before I do that, I want to Achievement Hunt for a while. That's going to be the order of ops, is we're going to do themed forts to Achievement Hunt in DF. That's going to be the order of operations for Dwarf Fortress once Dwarf Fortress is out on Steam. Is explore everything, do a couple fun sandboxy forts, and then just start achievement hunting. That'll be fun. And they're all shit. Mirthsoft. They're all shit. Every single one has been shit. Like, it's almost like jamming Z levels into a game that wasn't even remotely close to being designed for it is a bad idea. I mean, even Tynan is like, yeah, I'm never doing that because that's not how the game is designed, and it doesn't work. It doesn't feel good, and nobody who uses them likes them. But people keep demanding them because there's a lot of people that love the idea and the allure of Dwarf Fortress without actually having the desire or interest to learn how to play the game, which is hilarious to me, which is why there's many Let's Plays on YouTube that are like, RimWorld, but we used a bunch of mods, so it's kind of like Dwarf Fortress, but it's actually nothing like Dwarf Fortress because it's still fucking RimWorld. There's so many of those. It's obnoxious. Just play RimWorld or play Dwarf Fortress. Stop trying to make the other one into it because it's not. Never will be. They're completely different games. Stop comparing them. Christ. Bunch of twats. So fucking stupid. Drives me nuts. It's like, just play Odd Realm. Or play fucking Anomia or something. If you want something that's more visually approachable. Gosh. And another caravan's arrived. Okay. And you get a big jump in subscriptions. Fair enough. I just... as a Dwarf Fortress person, they make me very upset. Because it's like you're getting millions of views for literally the worst kind of, like, false advertising of a video game. Sure. I mean, I hope so, Bailey's. I mean, my big hope for the Steam version is just that people stop comparing RimWorld and Dwarf Fortress, but they never will, because RimWorld was marketed off of Dwarf Fortress. Like, literally, the initial discussions and talks about RimWorld were on the Dwarf Fortress forums. Like, that game exists because of Dwarf Fortress. And it's just makes me feel icky. Just makes me feel icky. You know, it's like Space Haven being like, we're inspired by Dwarf Fortress. It's like, okay, you've got more in common with The Sims than Dwarf Fortress. No, like, that's the reason. Because every RimWorld Z levels mod just adds more maps. So, like, running 4 bases already, like, makes your game lag to almost unplayability. So if you add, like, 3 or 4 Z levels, it's the same fucking thing. It's the exact same fucking thing. I don't know. Also, since we're discussing this, Odd Realm is currently 25% off. You should play Odd Realm because it's got a lot in common with Dwarf Fortress, but also is much more approachable and much easier in almost every way. So if you want to play something that's kind of like Dwarf Fortress, but is also kind of doing its own thing. Neat little game. It's also very cheap. And it's made by a Canadian, so you should support it. You have $10 in Steam bucks? For reference. Odd Realm. It's 25% off, so it's like $7 US. I want to say that that's a DF hack thing, but I can try it. No, you're right. Huh. I'd swear that was a DF hack thing. Neat. Thanks. Cheers. You got Odd Realm on HI from the HI Omega sale? Yeah, it was in the HI Omega sale. In that massive, huge Black Lives Matter bundle? Yeah. Cheers, Brahms. I'd swear that I've tried that before and it didn't work, but the more you know. You already own it? Well, there you go. You know, it's another game you could buy if you don't own it, is War Sim. Also neat little game. Also $10 in Steam bucks. Less than. Although this one's not on sale though, but it's very cheap. It's kind of like what if Mountain Blade was text-based with a little bit of Crusader Kings in there. It's another good game. I'm really good at making people part with money on Steam. Ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. Don't believe I've spoke with the Royal Treasurer yet. Did he arrive? Yeah, the dev sent a lot of people copies of War Sim who were streaming DF. He's a good dude. I don't know if you saw my interview, but I actually interviewed him on the YouTube channel. Thacky, yeah. Hold on, let's see if he showed up. No, he didn't. Cheers, Jamie got reelected. Human caravan arrived, and a human caravan arrived. I don't see any royal treasure. Yeah, no royal treasure. Weird. Strange. You may be dead? Possible. I mean, humans don't live very long. I'm gonna go check my blood sugar. It was a little bit lower than I wanted to be at lunch, so I just want to go make sure I'm in a good spot. Be in a sec. Sugars is goods. You rarely get hyped for games nowadays. The one you're waiting for is Diablo 2. I would, yeah, I was gonna say like I wouldn't get even hyped for that. Although Vicarious Visions is working on it supposedly, but like at the same time, I still wouldn't trust Blizzard with anything right now, let alone a video game. Yeah, I wouldn't trust them to water my plants, let alone something that's like actually costs a lot of money, like a video game. So. I don't know. I'm kind of the opinion they should fucking give it away for free after the fucking Warcraft debacle. Assholes. They really should, like, they owe their community something after that. And I'm not even a Blizzard fanboy. I'm the opposite of a Blizzard fanboy. Do you want to buy a watering can loot box? It may contain actual watering of your plants when we can buy. Yeah, maybe. No, I'm okay. I don't want to support Activision. Thanks. No, I know that they're selling it, Magna. I'm saying that they should be giving it away for free. I'll say this. I will not purchase anything from Blizzard Entertainment, and I have a very simple reason for that. There are two companies in the video game space that I do not support in any way, and that is Activision and Electronic Arts. I refuse to support either of those studios. Period. Just flat, period. Don't fucking care. I'm surprised it's that cheap, Bailey's. I'm absolutely surprised it's that cheap, actually. For a Diablo game? Yeah, that seems cheap. Definitely seems cheap. Who's winning? Is this another one of those, are we winning, son? Memes? Because me. Because we haven't died yet. And time is still passing. Forza Horizon 4 is coming out on Steam? Huh. Weird. Your Audis won't do anything? You have to tell them to do things. My take on Simon and Garfunkel? They fucking slap, dude. You'll continue playing your copy you bought for $10 that came with that Lord of Darkness, Diablo 1, Warcraft 2 that you bought 20 years ago and could probably still buy at Walmart. They still sell those big boxes. Hall & Oates vibe? Good shit. Good shit. I've been listening to a lot of Philip Glass recently. That's where I've been musically recently. A friend of mine mentioned that they had to study Klaniskatsky as part of an assignment in uni, and I was sitting there going like, I Hell, this is some fucking Philip Glass. Fuck yeah. Because a long time ago, me and my dad actually saw Cleone Sketsky performed live, which was incredible. Looks like you'll finally pick it up. That's a good price to pick up the dank dungeons. Let me tell you, it's a good time to pick up the dank dungeons. Oh yeah, no. So it was basically like, cause it was the Queen Elizabeth Theater in Vancouver, which is just like a pretty standard sit-down theater. But they had the back wall just set up as a giant movie screen. So they had like a full-size movie screen at the back wall, and then the Philip Glass ensemble played the music alongside of the movie. So it was the movie and the music. It was beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. One of my all-time favorite musical performances I've ever seen. Also, I never really picked you up to be much of a Philip Glass guy, though. Better setting for psychedelics would be hard to find. I was pretty young, and I was with my dad, so yeah, that never would have happened, but... Except for maybe Tron Legacy. But... I gotcha. Yeah. There's a lot of Philip Glass albums I would love to own on vinyl, but they're all so expensive. He's one of those composers where all of his vinyl is so expensive. So expensive. Here comes all the dwarves assisting with the construction. Almost got this roofing piece done. I, Freskins, pressed enter too early. That's what I did. As an orchestral percussionist, really? Fucking A, dude. Hey, at least you're not brass. Totally fine with percussionists. Percussionists are awesome. Brass are assholes. Fuck the brass players, man. They're so fucking loud. Like, the small bits of hearing loss I have is probably to blame the entirety of the brass section of the orchestra I played in. Who plays games online, though? That would require playing games with other people to engineer. Besides, you could still play technically on LAN with friends through other means. Try terrible selling tactics. There you go. Your wife and you see her It's a Wonderful Life with the Jacksonville Symphony, but she later got tickets to see Monty Python because she was John Cleese speaking for 45 minutes late after. Oh, really? Huh. Played ladder on Diablo 2 years. Oh yeah, see that would affect you if you're playing on. If you're playing on ladder, that would affect you. I have zero nostalgia for that stuff. I have some nostalgia for StarCraft because I played StarCraft in the mid 2000s, and StarCraft Brood War, but I also have no desire to go back to those games. So, I don't know. It's not really a huge loss. We'll see you around, Mirth. Thanks for hanging out. Cheers, man. Warcraft 3 Reforged was such garbage, utter garbage. You got your money back easily. The thing is, like, here's the part that I don't understand about Blizzard. Why do people still care about Blizzard? Like, just as a studio. Like, I understand liking their games and liking the products that people make, but why is there still such a massive fan obsession, I guess, with Blizzard as a company? Like, I see people that really like playing League of Legends, but I don't know anybody who is a Riot fan. You know, like, even people who play and enjoy and like League of Legends or one of their other games like Legends of Runeterra or Teamfight Tactics, I don't know anybody who is a fan of Riot Games. Why are people still a fan of Blizzard? How did Blizzard keep that? I told you to keep the game. I mean, did you buy it through a third-party key reseller? That's interesting. Seems like a lose-lose situation for them. Yeah, but like, Blizzard has been dead as long as like Rockstar's been dead. You know, like they partnered with a giant corporate overlord a long time ago. But people are still big-ass Blizzard fans, and I don't get it. Like, I could totally understand being a fan of Diablo and really liking Diablo. I could totally see being a fan. I guess it's got to be because of the MMO. There's got to be just so much sunk cost fallacy in World of Warcraft, and people that have just played World of Warcraft for so long. That's got to be what it is. But here's the thing. Before they were swallowed by Activision, they partnered with another giant corporate company. Before the Activision swallow. Also, they didn't get swallowed by Activision. They merged with Activision. There's a difference. They boycott Random Game Company? Okay, so I'll have you know, I have no options but to get money from Amazon, okay? I'm sorry, but like Twitch is the only place I can really do this job, so I'm kind of fucked there. But there are plenty of big corporations I boycott. And I boycott plenty of games companies too. There's lots of big companies I boycott. I haven't given money to Walmart, for example, for 4 years. And will not start. Is Blizzard an insane success streak with random when game journalism started out when you were young? Yeah, but how did it stick? Like, why didn't people drop it a long time? I've boycotted EA games since SimCity. A friend of mine bought me Titanfall 2. Or Titanfall 1, rather. Not Titanfall 2. Titanfall 1. But outside of that, I've not paid for an EA games game since SimCity. Actually, that's not true. I rebought SimCity 3000 Ultimate Edition because I don't have a disc drive on Good Old Games for like $1.50. So that technically somehow gives EA Games money somewhere in the pipeline. So I technically have given EA Games some portion of $1.50 in, I think, 2016 was when I did that. So, yeah. There you go. I'm making EA rich? Yeah. Well, it's all my fault. I'm worse than Ultimate Team. I'm so sorry. I need to apologize for my sins, chat. SimCity 3000 is still pretty fucking good, though. Put some widescreen mods and some high-definition texture packs, and mwah, it's still fucking good. Music slaps, too. But no, I boycott industries, and I'm loud about boycotting companies that are possible for me to make a difference in, if that makes any sense. So, like, I don't buy things at Costco. I don't like Costco. I don't buy things at Walmart. I don't like Walmart. I avoid a lot of other big stores like that. I buy things from Amazon because I have to, because I'm a person who's at risk, and there are certain things that I just can't get from my local stores, and I need that shit. And I'm not going to go get on a train to go to Home Depot to get a light bulb. I'm going to order that on Amazon if I need it. Just because it's not worth my health risk. So for me personally, yeah, you're right. I do definitely support a company that is benefiting with slave labor, but there are things that are possible for me as a consumer of things to boycott, and things that are possible for me to not. Although I also like to, I had this discussion with my dad relatively recently where I'm bringing money into Canada from other countries, and using that money, I'm able to spend money on synthesizers from a shop that's local to me. I buy my synthesizers and musical stuff from a company called Nightlife Electronics, which is in Vancouver. I've bought all of my monitors at a local computer shop up the street. I bought this keyboard at that computer shop up the street. I bought my audio gear on Amazon because I needed it the next day. This record player, this cassette deck were both maintenanced and repaired at a local maintenance and repair shop that's been there for 30 years. My radio I bought from a local dealer, and my amplifier was maintenanced at the same audio repair place. So it's like I take my money and I can spend it on things that are local. So maybe I'm taking money from giant faceless corporations, but I'd much prefer taking all of the vast majority of my money from Patreon, but unfortunately Patreon doesn't give you guys ad-free viewing, and some people would rather support with bits. But if I do hit $1,000 a month on my Patreon, I will shut off all the leaderboards and goals on my streams, and you won't see those again. But we're very far off from that. And that's not even like a massive income. 1,000 USD a month for a Canadian is not a huge amount of money. But it's a lot of money to ask for from a small audience. So the fact that I'm able to pay my bills as is pretty incredible as far as I'm concerned. Origin? Origin wasn't the thing that did me over with EA. Although I've never been somebody who's really bothered by multiple launchers. I have like 8 launchers to launch different video games. It's a little annoying remembering what's in what, but that's not the problem I have with games companies. It's never been the problem I've had with them. Like, I don't really have a problem with the Epic Games launcher either, which is also an unpopular thing to say, but like, I don't like them buying exclusives, but I also don't like games being exclusive to Steam. So as far as I'm concerned, every game should be available on every platform and every storefront. Shit ones? Fair. It's completely legitimate. Steam was pretty shit when it launched. There's our roof for that bit. Still got a lot to go, though. You think exclusives are really good for small devs? Except here's the thing, is the indies that are on Epic are not really what I would describe as small. They're definitely like the upper echelon of indie games already. In fact, I won't say who this was, and it's not a game I've ever streamed, but I spoke with an indie dev at an industry party who was talking quite candidly about Epic at an event that I was at last year. Not last year, the year before, 2019. And he was discussing about how, yeah, they claim to be supporting indies, but the indies that they let on their storefront are indies that would probably be absolutely fine without that money. You know, like all of the Annapurna Interactive games. Those games are doing just fine, for example. For example, Chaos Forge was Twitch for... Oh, Curse Forge, not Chaos Forge. I misread that. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's because it was a mod launcher. That's kind of a different type of launcher, not really a game launcher, but... They support the big indies, basically, yeah. I mean, like... Brace Yourself Games. They made Crypto the Necrodancer, a fucking Nintendo exclusive game, and they have 2 games in early access on Epic right now. They don't need that money. They're doing just fine. They're doing... Exactly. They're not taking any risks. Like, there are some weirder, smaller games over on Epic. Like, there's Sludge Life and a few other weirder ones, but most of the indies that are up there, the vast majority are what I would describe as big, polished indies. Like, yes, Supergiant Games is an indie studio. They're also, like, the biggest indie studio. Like, yes, they're only 20 employees, but, like, the amount of revenue that studio makes vastly outdoes the majority of like bigger studios, let alone like indies, right? So it's very much a like, yes, they support indies, they do, and they are, and that's a fact. But it's not necessarily the indies that need that money. You see it? Do you see this as a vase? It's definitely a vase. Yes. Yes, that's what we call it. How are you doing, Metis? How have your streams been recently? I've been seeing you posting in the self promo room. But at the same time, like if a developer wants to take the Epic money and fucking run, More power to them. Heads up, Stone. We got a shipment. Nulan, Abo, and Basti Pime have arrived. But yeah, no, at the end of the day, it's like if a developer wants to take the Epic Games money and fucking run away with it, by all means, do it. I mean, I thought you were maturer than that, Freskins. I thought that was just a very bad misspelling of genitals, but okay. I don't know which one is bigger between smaller company game studios or big indies, because those, to me, that reads as the same thing, but sure. The indies they support are pretty successful. I mean, there's a few outliers, but the majority of them are pretty big. Doesn't misspell things that badly. It just misgrammars things that badly. Like right now I'm just looking at it and I see Monster Jam, which is THQ Nordic. I see Breath Edge, Curse of the Gods, a bunch of stuff that's all also on Steam. Geneforge Mutagen is on Epic. Yeah, there's a lot of games that are now like just on both now. Fights in Tight Spaces is on Epic. Monkey Barrels, Humankind is on Epic. Like it's getting better. There's less big Epic exclusives these days, but I think After Party is an Epic exclusive for a year. Before We Leave is an Epic exclusive for a year. I don't know with the Spiderweb software for two reasons. Spiderweb software does a terrible job marketing their shit and also does a terrible job explaining what their stuff is. So I missed the scroll bit, sorry. I was looking at Epic Store. Sup, Zest? How is we do? Ooh, raw crystal glass and 25 strawberry wine. Is this the third tribute today or the second? I think it's the second. Well, actually, no, the big exclusive right now is Hitman 3. That's the big exclusive right now, now that I'm thinking about it and looking at it. The big exclusive currently is Hitman 3. Hitman 3 is currently Epic exclusive. And I remember that there was a bunch of bullshit with that because... Oh, also Rocket League. And Fortnite... Isn't Rocket League, like, not... Yeah, Rocket League is not for sale on Steam anymore. You cannot buy Rocket League on Steam anymore, which is wild. You've run out of sandwich. That is the worst feeling in the world next to running out of coffee. Or tea. Or beverage of choice, rather. Your gift to channel you don't give a shit about has expired. But back on track. Gotcha. Just popping in for today. Gotcha. Well, how many VODs are you up to, if I can ask? One thing that I do kind of worry about with the Longdeath VODs is there are a few points during Longdeath where I've gotten really pissed off. Like, it's impossible to have, 400 hours of streams and there not be some bad days in there. That's something that I kind of worry about. That people will make it to one of the days where I have a bad day and just be like, fuck this. How Epic took your money and ran away with it. Are you talking about Fortnite Save the World? We're up to 400 hours. I think we're over 400 hours, actually. I need to do the math on it, but we're on part 72 right now that I'm streaming. And they're at minimum 4 hours. I'm estimating right now I'm going to need about another 300, 350 episodes to get this shit done. Yeah, it's free to play, but it's free to play and only on Epic. If you own it on Steam, I think you can still play it through Steam, I think. Yeah, you can still play it through Steam if you owned it on Steam, but you cannot get it on Steam at all. God, I hated that game so much. You know, I don't want to say that that's on you, Bailey's, because they should finish products that they sell. But what I will say is you actually had faith in Epic to make a game. I feel like they've, like, between Paragon and the last Unreal, people would have figured out that Epic wasn't really in the market of actually finishing halfway successful products. Exactly, Zane, right? But, you know, I mean, I will never forget how EA Games wrecked SimCity, so. Isn't there a studio that's remaking Paragon? It's called, like, Ember or something? No, not Ember. Hold on. But it's not called Paragon. Ubisoft, ironically, Ubisoft, as shitty as a company as they are, they're one of the big gaming companies I don't boycott. No, it's not. It's not that. It's not that. What's the name of that fucking game? Although then again, all of the Ubisoft games that I do play are like, I'll play every new Anno game for a week. But first, what's first? First before Lurks. Oh yes. Oh yes, they did. The Ubisoft games that I play. Oh wow. Damn. Zaz, thank you very much for gifting 2 tier 1 subs. I think that's the first gift of the day. Thank you very much. Took long enough. I mean, didn't you do that once before? Or did it take long enough to load? Thank you. Cheers. Check, can I get a big round of beers for Zest the Derper from the realms of YouTube? Fuck it. Let's get rid of all of this. All of those bins that I can carry. Hi, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. In total, I did 4 subs. Rather gifts than subs. Sort of got you a sub. Fair enough. You should sub, though. Then you don't get ads. Although you'd probably do better just getting, like, YouTube Premium or some shit. Nobody wants ads. Nobody needs ads. Oh, crap. That was the wrong menu. My bad. I'm getting tired. It's been a long day. Sorry, dwarves. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. It's okay. I'll still trade with you. Who are you? Anton. Why are you upset? What? Want to practice martial art? All right, well. Go join the bear fighters, then. Actually, you know what? Instead of joining the Barrett Fighters, join the Eternal Hammer. Let's go trade. And thank you very much for gifting subs to Faded Bravo and Aquafunkalistic Booty Wap. People who both deserve subs. Cheers. There's Overprime, Fault, and Predecessor. Fault is the one I was thinking of. Yeah, Fault is the one I was thinking of. That's such a weird thing that it's like a weird rat race to make Paragon or remake Paragon. Overprime is such a bad name, though. Fault is for sale. Oh, and Preta... That's such a weird fucking rat race, though. To all remake the same game. That's so bizarre to me. That's so weird. Huh, did you know that parchment scrolls wear out? I didn't. Those are all unwritten. The more you know. The more you know. Lord Floof. Did you? No, you were ashamed after starting a fist fight. Didn't start another one. Would have been reported if you did. Never mind. I would like to cancel all of that. How do I fix this? Did this again. Just don't want to trade any of my written books. Totally fine with the rest of this. Or rather, this is going to get me in trouble. You know, fuck it. I'm just going to deconstruct. No, I don't want to deconstruct that. How do I do this? I don't believe there are any necromancers in this world. Just period. Like, I don't believe there are any. Okay. No, I don't believe we're going to get any. Sorry if I didn't make that clear. I don't believe we're going to get any. I thought that there was maybe a possibility that we'd get some. Way back. But I don't believe we're going to get any. There we go. Perfect. Fixed the problem. Because we were unsure initially as to whether or not we would get necromancers in this world after the initial whatchamacallit world gen stuff. But it's become pretty clear that if there are any, I don't think they can make towers post world gen. Just let them train for a little bit until my recruit stops being upset, and then I'll release them. The other thing I want to do is ring. I need a scepter. Stat. Do it now. Dwarf, I need somebody to go make me a scepter. I think it's just one. Yeah, just one. So yeah, if it is possible for them to pop up in World Gen, I don't believe they can make towers. Just period. Overprime is the only one that's playable. Where is that for sale? Because I just did a quick search and couldn't find it. Bailey's. I know Fault is available for sale and Predecessor is not available yet. Just such a weird rat race. You'd think that like Epic would just like sell the rights to make it to somebody instead of just releasing all of the assets. It's very weird that they did that way. It's literally just like tempting a rat race, which sucks. Like that's not good for anybody. It's not good for business. It's not good for competitors. It's not good for anybody. This shit's gone completely off the rails. I was gonna mention to you that you might want to get rid of the Squidward twerking. But do yourself a huge favor, Racket. Never do that again. Don't ever do that. That is rule number 1 about the internet. Don't ever walk into somebody's stream and say that you're about to go stream elsewhere. You want to get banned? Do that again. In fact, I kind of want to ban you on principle. Don't ever do that. It's not cool. Don't ever do that. No one fucking cares. Sure. Then you should know that that's a no-no. Don't ever walk into Wendy's and scream in, "I'm going to McDonald's!" It's just a dick move. Dick move. Well, if you'd looked up to me, you wouldn't do that. It's literally like stream etiquette numero uno. Don't ever do that, especially like when you're advertising another platform. That's even fucking worse, dude. It's even fucking worse. It's like basic fucking Twitch rules. Don't promote yourself unless you have express permission to do so. The sesame seed buns? We still have sesame seed buns over here, anyway. Although I haven't been in a McDonald's in 43 years, so maybe I've forgotten. Maybe it's changed. No, I do remember you, Racken, which is why I didn't just ban you and not say anything, and I gave you the spiel of don't do that. If I didn't know you, I would have banned you. If I didn't remember you, I would have banned you. Instead, I gave you the spiel and slap. Don't do that again. I need more coffee. Generally, the way things work here is like, if you do something stupid and I scold you, you're fine. If I ban you, you're not. Last I checked, you haven't been banned, so you're okay. You're 4 shots in, I get you. Just keep that in mind. There's very few channels where you can do that and you'll have a positive response. There's a reason a lot of channels have a big nope self-promotion rule. Because it's to stop random people from coming in saying, watch my stream! Which people do. Which people do. That being said, if you want to go on my Discord and link your stream in the self-promote room, go right ahead. That is the best way to tell me that you're streaming. Because I'll see it. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. That's what it seems to be, Vim. But the wiki wasn't super updated on that stuff for the most recent version when I started this. Because you got to remember that I started this like 6 months ago. So in that time, the wiki's been updated quite a bit on the subject because we weren't super sure back then. Because we were still pretty new into Villains Part 1. Sure, most people are. But just realize that that's probably something that would be totally fine in a smaller channel. But in my channel, this is my livelihood. This is my living. So if I allow people to just come in here and say, go watch my shit instead, that's not going to go great for business. I want people to watch me. You know, it's selfish and like insular, but I do want that. If you want me to promote your stuff, number one, don't stream on YouTube because I ain't ever going to promote you on YouTube if you're streaming. Sorry, but YouTube's for video and premieres. Twitch is for streaming. Stream on a correct platform. Use the platforms for what they're good at. And do it professionally. Don't walk into somebody's place of work and say, I'm going to go to my place of work now. It's like, what the fuck? What's wrong with you? It's just like it's also like not cool to walk into a channel and be like, man, no one's talking in the chat. It's real lurky in here. God, chat's dead. The fuck? That's also not cool because that's like the equivalent of walking into a quiet restaurant and be like, man, you guys get no business. This must be terrible. And then they leave. It's awful. Don't ever do that. Necromancy. No, that's necomancy. Not. Oh, wait, never mind. That's what you said. Necomancy, very different thing from necromancy. Necomancy is requires more neck beard than I have. Oh no. I haven't eaten cereal in a very long time. I eat oatmeal every morning. Oatmeal is like pretty fucking good. I like a good bowl of oatmeal. Hey chat, round of beers. That's how you get the lurkers to wake up, Norman. We'll see if we actually get any. I should have been louder about it. You do know that that's a bannable offense on most streaming services, right? Reckon? Doesn't stop people from doing it, but self-harm based on gameplay is not a good thing. Yes, but I'll remove you from my chat if you do that, because I don't want you to self-harm. Also, I haven't had a single dwarf die today, so you're probably watching the wrong stream if you actually want to get drunk. Side, you're already 4 shots in. I think that you should drink some water. That's what you should do. I think that's what you should do, is drink some water. Booze gets you in trouble. Not today, no. Or maybe? Maybe like right at the beginning, actually. I don't know. I don't remember what I said 10 minutes ago, let alone what I did in the stream this morning. Also, I generally roll with the rule to just not ban drunk people because they're being dumb. But, like, please don't hurt yourself on behalf of my stream. Of this delicious tea every time you feel thirsty. That sounds like an excellent plan, Zane. Absolutely excellent plan. I'm just happy I got this roofing piece done, which is quite the achievement as far as I'm concerned. Took me 2 streams to get that done. My beard hair is blonde, and I've never actually managed to grow it out because I always get too frustrated with it really fucking fast. I have this habit of getting extremely frustrated with beard hair. Not a big fan of it. Not a huge fan of it. I don't like how much it itches. Cheers, Racken. Thanks for understanding the scolding. And not just running off like a lot of people do. A lot of times when things like that happen, it's like, well, see you, nerd, and then they never come back. You know, fair enough. See, this is why I bag my own food. By the guy. I bring my own bags and I bag my own food. Thank you very much for the Prime sub, though. The brand new Prime subscription. Enjoy those stupid skulls and the ad-free viewing. And don't stream on YouTube. Stream on Twitch. God, what the heck's wrong with you? I like YouTube, but, like, don't do that. Such a bad platform for streaming. You'll DM me for your reasons. I don't care what reasons you have. Don't do it. I don't need you to DM me. Just don't. Straight up, just fucking don't. That was... That's such a funny line that you wrote. Sorry. I was getting ready to when this guy wandered up and started trying to flirt with the girl that was checking me out. Sorry, it's just such a funny line, Pilot. Like... Oh, it's just so fucking funny. Such a fucking funny line. Oh. That's such a fucking funny line. Really? Freskins? Fuck words. It's funny, dude. It's fine. That's fine. I know what you mean. At least, you know, you can wash your pears. No, it's all good. At least you can wash them. I mean, I'll do that stuff pretty frequently, but it's like I'll just do that and then wash it. It's fine. Really? I guess, like, is that because of cockpit size? I don't know anything about that stuff because eyes, bad. Aside from that, I hope that your trip to the store was uneventful. Oh, head gets cut off if you launch out. Fair enough. Yep, that's bad. Head gets cut off if you have to eject. Okay. Yeah, no, that's bad. That's a perfectly legitimate reason for the specific height requirements, I would say. It doesn't seem like a waiver that's worth it. You know, like there's some waivers that are worth it, and then there's some things where it's just like, you know what? Nah, just don't fucking sign that shit. Just go get a different job. Maybe just me being a pansy, but like maybe just don't. All right, so that fixed Anton. Let's let those guys out and let them go do other things for a bit. I don't know, out of all of the limitations we've talked about today for people, I thought getting the possibility of your head getting hacked off if you eject seems like a legitimate limitation to me. I don't know, like, I'm not a life scientist, but that doesn't seem like a good outcome. And when it comes to like my passionate arguments against streaming on certain platforms, I speak with literally close to 10 years of experience in this industry. There are some platforms where it's good to start working and trying to create stuff. And there's some platforms that are just bad if you're starting out. Like YouTube, if you have 100,000 subscribers, yeah, fucking go stream on YouTube. Who fucking cares? But YouTube is just better for archived video and premieres, and just not great for streaming. It's just not. Its community isn't great for it. Its moderation tools aren't great for it. The way you discover streams isn't made for it. It's just not a very good platform for that type of creation, which is why I don't really consider it a competitor to Twitch. It's just not a good platform for that kind of stuff. And if you choose to not believe me, fair enough. Create content where you want, but don't fucking just start streaming on YouTube. That's just moronic. It's just a dumb decision. At that point, you're gonna get more mileage streaming on some fucking unknown platform that nobody streams on. But I've said my piece. Do what you want. Let's change the subject. Had to be below, submariners had to be below 175. I would assume that would be because of back problems. Right? Like having to hunch over in a submarine? Yes, I know how to search for streams on YouTube. But no, I won't tell you, because you should be watching streams on Twitch. Smile. Although a friend of mine once rated me with a YouTube stream, which was very strange. A friend of mine who has like 300,000 subs on YouTube streamed for once on YouTube and then rated me. It was very strange. Just randomly a bunch of people just piled into my channel. They're like, hi, we came from YouTube. I was like, okay, cool. Hi, what's up? It's very strange. You see, that one makes perfect sense to me, Freskins. My older sister's husband was supposed to do time on a submarine and went through all of his training and started doing his practical training in the actual submarine itself and doing short trips and started having panic attacks, so they discharged him from claustrophobia. I don't blame him for one bit. I would not be able to be in a pressurized tube underwater. You were 6'2" and there was another guy who was 6'5"? Wait, on a submarine, Darren? That's intense. That must not have been a lot of, like, stretching space. There's probably also a problem with bed length. So I'll bet you the bunks on subs are pretty small. And small beds suck for tall people. As a tallish person, I can confirm. And going 72 days without sunlight, no sickness when you went topside again. Really? Jesus, man. That's crazy. I wouldn't be able to do that. You are a stronger person than I am. So I guess the one nice thing about having a bunch of health problems is you'll never be like forcibly put into the military. How tall are you, Gungeoneer? My uncle has to get custom-made shirts because his arms are too long. Not quite the same thing, but... They stuck you in a coffer and sat on you for a while. What, and if you freaked out, you'd get booted? Yeah, no, I would probably pass that, but I definitely wouldn't be able to spend 72 days in a submarine. Definitely not. I mean, vodka can be put in any bag with anything. Vodka, okay. That sucks, though. Oh, damn, you're pretty tall. You're about that much taller than me, then. I do know somebody who would look down on you, though. I know a guy named Eon Raptor. Who is... I'm just going to do some math here. He's 231 centimeters tall. I can see him from across a convention center. He's the easiest person to find at a games convention. Because you just go, Ian! And you can see him from like on the other end of the hall and he just looks at him. Oh, hi. He's super fucking tall. Huge dude. Giant guy. Eon's great. And hits his head on everything? Probably. I don't know. Have you haven't met Eon, have you? I don't know if you roll in the same communities as Eon. Wouldn't surprise me. Definitely I've seen him bend down to go through doors. Sometimes you forget all the bullshit people have to put up with. Oh god, like... Being average height is a gift. I had a friend named Clay growing up who was... easily over 200 centimeters tall. And yeah, he's got a lot of shit to put up with. You mean anybody who isn't a local, Rackant? When I worked in fast food, like, one of the things I learned real quickly was that all of the stoves and prep counters are designed for people that are about that much shorter than me. So it's like instant back pain. It's like, worst part about being short, you have to get a stool sometimes. It's great. You get to wear kids' shoes, kids' clothing, which is cheaper. Tons of benefits to being short. The taller you get, the worse shit gets. Like having to look down on things. Let's give these dwarves a break. The most awful is seating. You have to stand in most transports and train rides. Yeah, no, my knees collide with the chair in front of me on the public transit around here. And it sucks. It sucks, can confirm. Not pleasant in the slightest. Let's just get rid of all of these animal bits. And mash them. Then I think it's time to play some aliens. What do you guys think? Swap over to some aliens RL? For the evening? Get a couple more runs in? Because in space, no one can hear you stream. Because chairs are so close together that it crushes your knees. Oh, yeah. And plan for tomorrow is we will start off with more adventure mode. And then we'll do Longdeath. So we'll do adventure mode in the Day Forts world again, for those of you who like adventure mode. So we'll probably do about an hour and a half to 2 hours of adventure mode in the morning after records. And then we will do more Longdeath. And then I think we'll probably try and finish up the Realm of Greens run in War Sim. When you did my driving exam, you had to request another teacher because the car was so small your leg was hitting the wheel. Ooh. Really? Even after, like, you lifted it and shit? That's wild. What kind of car was it? Definitely 5 foot. Much longer life expectancy than 7 feet tall. People who are really tall have a lot of weird internal organ health issues. I would much rather be short than too tall. but I'm like smack dab in the middle. Well, I'm 6'1" for those of you who operate in feet. So. Sheep was found starved to death. What? Why is it down here, though? That's weird. Must have accidentally pastured a sheep down here. Whoops. USA has bigger problems than their lack of use of the metric system. Although for all of you Americans out there, I'm 6'1" and 128 pounds. I like saying 128 pounds because it sounds like a lot more than 58 kilograms. Hello down there. How's the weather? Yes. I hate saying that I'm 58 kilograms because it makes me sound even less healthy than I am. Skinny enough. Clay is throwing a tantrum. That's not good. Oh, please go break that statue. Please go become a vampire. Do it. Do it. Go knock that table over. Go do something. How's Floof doing? I feel like Floof should be improving, but you're not. Although you only tantrumed the one time, so. Now you're back at 35s? I don't know what the... I never did that much. I was pretty strong at one point, though. I was pretty strong at one point. Damn. I think we should just give this dwarf a break. I'm amazed that dwarf like went downhill. Got a couple dwarves that have just suddenly kind of gone downhill, kind of out of nowhere. Just kind of sucks. But that's a good day of Longdeath. We got the upper roof finished. We started on year 171. We're now into year 174, almost year 175. So pretty damn good, I think. Good amount of time passed. If you're here specifically for Dwarf Fort, let me take a real quick peek at the directory. Pythania is doing some adventure mode stuffs, and there's a few other people who are also streaming Dwarf Fort, so there's a few to pick from if you're looking for more dwarfy things. We are done with Dwarf Fortress for the day, but the stream isn't done for the day. If you want more Dwarf Fortress, there's more Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel than you could ever reasonably watch in a lifetime. So you could watch DF over there. But we are jumping over to